Hello, welcome to the Healthy Wealthy Nomads Super Show. We have quite an amazing lineup of speakers today on a wide range of health issues. Maybe I'll just put that up on the screen here and we'll just run through the lineup. So we have, let's see here, I'm going to go up to at 9:30, we have Groom. She lives in England, and she wrote a book called Value You, 7 Steps to Overcome Low Self-Esteem and Low Self-Worth to Achieve Amazing Personal Change. At 10 o'clock, we have Permelia Parham. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but from Vibrational Healing. She's going to talk about the body code and emotion code healing. After that, we have Denise Cambriotti. She's going to help yourself live with more ease. Following that, we have Tina Colter, she's an equine therapist, and she's going to talk about health technology for horses and humans. And then we have Bonnie, my co-host, who's right here. Ta-da!
Ta-da!
And actually, you can't see her, but you'll see her in a minute. Anyway, so she's going to talk about a natural health kit for travelers. She spent a lot of time on the road selling natural health products. So she's going to tell you what she likes to have in her kit. Then after that, we have Denise Ropp from White Cedar Integrated Wellness, 5 Steps to Your Best Health and Wellness, followed by Cheryl Brewster, The Intuitive Life. She'll take a stand, live the life you imagine. So there we go. The 5 things you must know to stay in alignment with your vitality. Okay. And after that, we have Jackie Ambrow. She describes herself as the first applied hypnotherapeutic anthropologist. She's possibly the only applied hypnotherapeutic anthropologist. That's hard to say. Really, it is. Anyway, she's going to talk about healthy relationships with yourself and others. That's always important. And then here's somebody I know, have known for a long time. I sang in her choir, Julie Blue. We're going to talk about the health benefits of music and singing. So, yeah, so we've got quite a pretty good show going on here. And now that Bonnie's here, this is my co-host, Bonnie McDonald Dixon.
Little more than a co-host.
Look, well, we were married, but anyway, hope you hold that as against us. Anyway, so there we go. So where we're at, we do have a few interesting things that are going to happen today. We have a couple of sponsors, and maybe we can play some things. One of the things for the Healthy Wealthy Nomads, for people who like to travel, is the 5 Diamond Club. And let's see if I can
run this is fun.
Let's see if I can run the video.
This actually has program for RVs, hotels around the world, resorts. It's incredible what Mike's put together for us. So let's take a look at that.
Okay. And here we go.
Hi, I'm Mike Del Toro, president of the 5 Diamond Club. Would you like to receive free flight privileges like airline employees without having to work for an airline? How about even adding free luxury vacation stays by just paying taxes and government resort fees? Well, now you can. Click on the link below to learn more.
Okay. So, there we go. That's pretty amazing. So, we have links on the landing page there. Let's see if we can go. Should probably go to that.
What's a little bit unique about Mike's program is he actually worked with the airline industry, and he was known for helping, the pilots. We've always heard about this, but where they only pay taxes and some fees, they don't pay for the trip. So he was just in Mexico when we were talking to him, and he had a beautiful, like 5-star resort that he was staying in with his family. and it cost him like less than $500 for the week. And so that's pretty incredible. So we want to take advantage when we can, if we're traveling, to save money, because that money then can be used for, food, fun things that you do while you're on your holiday. So be smart and check this one out.
Yeah, and there are all sorts of. You can see on the screen there's join the 5 Diamond Club. You can join for as little as $1 a week, and then $48 a month. You can go all the way up. You can go depending on what you want to do. There's some very high end packages where if you want to go travel around and rent a number of rooms at a big resort and take your whole family and live somewhere, yeah, that's available too. And they have a program for discount meals, or like I think if you sign up for things, you get free meal tickets. It's pretty amazing deal. So go to healthywealthynomads.com, go down and click the button there for the 5 Diamond Club.
Absolutely.
So what are you looking forward most today?
Well, each of the people that are speaking today, we have met personally, and we have learned about them and realized they have some really valuable information to share. And if we, it's hard to do everything at once, but if you incorporate even one tidbit from each one of these people, your life will be better. And I know for a fact that each of us has something to share, and these people do have something to share. I want to do a little shout out for each one of them, but right at this moment, I want to talk about Tina Colter. She lives about an hour from where we're staying right now. She's a horse therapist. So for many of you, you have pets. Not always a horse, but she's a specialist in horse equine therapy. And but what we found is she can also work with dogs and cats and the occasional goat.
The occasional goat, yes.
What I know about each one of us is our pets are dear to us, and we want to check out what Tina has to say, because our pets can be like family members. And so the other thing about this program is maybe you don't need a particular relationship, or maybe you're not in pain, but you might know someone that is. And so by finding out about this interesting information, you'll be able to help other people as well. So that's what I think is most exciting. Is it's not just every day. If we learn one little thing, we're better off to serve other people.
Yeah, no, that's great. So it's in the morning, depending where you're at. It could be noon for you somewhere.
That's right.
Some of our speakers today are in Eastern time, and one is actually our first one up is I think she's in England, so it's going to be
in England.
When she speaks, it's going to be like 6:30, something like that.
Yeah.
So coffee is a really important thing. So one of our sponsors is a thing called Caffey.
Caffey,
yes. And it's a filter that goes into the French press. We have French press, but Bonnie doesn't like it because it's kind of messy.
I didn't until I met Joseph Grimaldi, and he has connections to Italy. And he saw these filters in Europe and said, maybe Canadians would like it. So he is the what they call a master broker, and we are partnering with him, because once I found the Caffey filters, making French press coffee is so ridiculously easy. And the filters give your coffee a better taste. They're eco-friendly. And I was partnering with a company down in Vancouver, British Columbia, and they literally serve French press coffee at their coffee shop called the Press Room.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is I called them the other day and said, hey, would you like to try them? And they did. And then I called them, I said, do you like them? And they said, oh my gosh, this is wonderful. And so a professional company can use it. But for at home, you just pop these little filters in your French press, easy peasy, put your coffee in, put your water in, do the regular press, and drink your delicious coffee. But when you're ready to clean up, this is the magic. You turn it over and it pops out like a little puck. And there's none of this sticking your hand in a glass jar trying to wash it out, But I've fallen in love with them. We are offering a draw today. If anybody's interested, we are doing a coffee kit. And what that's going to include is a French press coffee maker. They call it an 8-cup, Greg, and I think it's like 2.5 cups.
Depends on the size of your mug.
Okay,
like this one here, that's like 2 of those.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but anyway, so
and then so we're gonna have the French press, a packet of the coffee filters, and guess what? Some coffee. So make sure to sign up today and tell your friends about this program.
Yeah, there's a company in Ontario called Blacktop Coffee Roasters. And we're going to include some of that coffee with the kit.
That's right.
So we'll you will qualify if you signed up to join the list, even if you're not here.
Yeah,
you sign up for the list. If you're watching the replay, even sign up to the list, and then we're going to do a draw at some point. So,
that's right.
Yeah.
So one of the things is anyone that's watching today, I know. It's a regular work day, but if you even get a snippet of one of our programs and then from there share this with other people, we'd be so appreciated. We're getting going because we're finding the most amazing people are out there. So we look forward to, this whole day unfolding with all our amazing speakers. And hey, I'm one of them.
Yeah. And yeah, amazing. And we got a little video of this coffee press here. And
let's watch it. So there you go. It's so easy. And the French press doesn't have to be any particular brand. It doesn't have to be particular size. They have coffee filters for the small, what they call 3-cup, the 8-cup, and even a 12-cup. The most popular, is the 8-cup probably. And again, Greg and I laughingly go, well, that's in Europe. In the US, we drink big stuff, and Canada too. But what I love about French press coffee is, say you've got 2 people and one person wants to drink tea and the other person wants to drink coffee first thing in the morning. Guess what? Use your hot water kettle and that's all you have to do. And then you can you can take your herbal loose leaf teas and use the same cafe filters. And that's the other cool thing is it's pretty much dual purpose for either tea or coffee.
That's great. And one of the beauties of live shows like this is you get to spring things on your co-hosts that they're not prepared for.
What?
I'm going to run a little video about Lifeway. So what do you have to say about Lifeway?
Oh my goodness. So I'm going to do a backstory. And when I was a young girl, I always wanted to be a veterinarian. And so I ended up going to a college in Los Angeles that originally was a boys' school called Pierce Junior College, but they had a whole program for animal husbandry. So I took cattle husbandry, swine husbandry, horse husbandry. And when I took horse husbandry in 1976, I'm dating myself now, we worked on horses and dogs, by the way, with what they called, we used acupuncture points with sound waves. So horses, I don't believe they use the placebo effect, but they would get better. And so fast forward to about 5, going on 6 years ago, I ended up with a reaction to a medication that was prescribed by my doctor. And I recognized it. It was called lichen planus. And I recognized it because my mother had had it. Anyway, from there, what was the treatment? It was light therapy, phototherapy. So when we saw this product called Lifeway, this company, I was in awe because it took acupuncture points and acupressure points and phototherapy or biophotomodulation, combine the two in a simple patch. Let's see, here we go. Let's see, I'm turning my hand around. There we go. Simple patches that go on your body. And darned if they don't work. We were skeptical at first, of course, going, how could these work? And as I asked people like myself trying it, just no pain, nothing really going on. But I started using their product called X39 and oh my goodness, what happened? I used to blow my nose every morning for like 10, 20, 30 times. I should have owned the Kleenex company. And I thought, well, that's just, me. But no, after 10 days, boom, it stopped. And then Greg, he has a busy brain at night, let me tell you. And I wake up in the morning and he has written a dissertation at 3 and 4 in the morning. But he started using a couple of different of their patches.
Haunted by koala bears.
He started using their sleep product, and also something called Eon.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, tell us your experience with that.
Yeah, well, I found with the Eon is I would wear the patch either on the third eye or behind my neck, and I found I slept deeper and had more dreams, and I woke up more refreshed. I think I still woke up a few times in the night, but and I wake up in the morning with lots of ideas, and I scribble out a bunch of notes and try to rule the world from the bed in the morning. And then there's another product called, what is it? Sleep Time?
Nope.
Silent Night.
Silent Night.
There we go. Christmas is coming up. There we go. And it for me, the effect is much like a sleep supplement with that you would get in the store, where I'd sleep deeper, more sound, and wake up refreshed. So it's interesting. So sometimes I alternate with the Silent Night one night and the Eon another, and that works out pretty well. Anyway, we got a little video that explains how this
let's watch that
works. So let's see, because it sounds pretty mystical at this point, but here we go. There we go.
Light, an ancient form of energy that goes back to the dawn of time. For us, it all begins with the sun, the source of light and life for our entire solar system. Even Einstein concluded that everything we're made of contains light. All life originates with the sun through photosynthesis. Plants and vegetation collect the light, and all living creatures emit light. Humans actually emit infrared light, which can be seen with night vision devices. We've known for centuries that light has many effects on the body. LifeWave's phototherapy patches use light to stimulate the body's natural healing systems, providing specific health benefits. Here's how the technology works. First, a patch is applied to specific points on the body. Where the patch covers the skin, infrared light emitted from the body is reflected back into the tissue. This stimulates the skin, which in turn stimulate specific regions of the brain. The brain then taps into the body's own natural flow of energy and the ability to heal itself. Let's take a look at why this is important on a cellular level. For example, a number of our patch products help counteract free radicals, oxygen molecules that damage cell proteins and contribute to visible signs of aging. When the body is stimulated through phototherapy to release its own antioxidants, these free radicals are neutralized naturally. LifeWave phototherapy patches promote an environment that enables the body to optimize its restorative powers and provide specific health benefits, all without the use of harmful drugs or chemicals, all helping you to stay healthy and young. To find out more, contact your distributor or visit lifewave.com. LifeWave. Live long. Live well.
So when it says contact your distributor, that would be Bonnie and myself. So you can reach out and contact us, and we can talk about all sorts of whatever it is you're looking for.
If you want more of the clinicals, we can share that with you. If you'd like more testimonials, we could talk all day on the testimonials. I must tell them about my favorite testimonial, and that is my own sister, Brenda. And when we first started using them, I had the experience where I had no more blowing my nose anymore after 10 days with the X39, which I thought was pretty cool. And then Greg had his sleep, some of his sleep issues helped. But my sister was in pain, like terrible hip pain. She could barely walk across the floor from her bed to the kitchen. And so I asked her just to try them. And so she did. And after about 7 days, I called her and said, "How you doing?" And she said, "Well, I don't seem to have any more pain getting out of bed." And I said, "Oh, that's cool." And so then I called her the next week and I said, "Well, how you doing?" And she said, "Well, I thought there was something wrong." And I said, "Wrong? What could be wrong?" And she said, "I not only got out of my bed, but I walked to the kitchen and I literally have no pain." And so I wanted to cry because she's my sister and I love her so much. And we actually had to cancel a trip to Scotland to see the castles because at that time she just couldn't walk. And so this has brought joy to my heart. And there's so many stories to tell, but this is something that's dear to our hearts. And if you'd like to learn more, of course, contact us. So Greg, tell us again the lineup for today of these amazing speakers in all different genres of healing.
Yeah. Okay. Before we get to that, for those of you out there, why don't you type into the chat maybe where you're calling in from and maybe what you're drinking, what your beverage is.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got a coffee or
antioxidant tea?
Yeah, or whiskey, whatever it is. Be honest now. Okay. So the lineup here, we're just going to go through. So we're starting at 9:30 with Groom. She's going to be talking about her book, Value You, 7 Steps to Overcome Self-Esteem and Low Self-Worth to Achieve Amazing Personal Change. After that is, how do you pronounce her name?
Permelia Parham, and she lives over on Vancouver Island. And she teaches the body code and emotion code healing. And I actually experienced it. It's fascinating. You've got to, if you don't know anything about it, please stop in and listen to Permelia because it's so unique that it's nothing I had ever experienced before either. But believe me, it made a difference in my life.
Yeah, no, that's great. And then after that, we have Denise Cambriotti from Muscle Tuners International. And she's going to, I don't have a detailed discussion of her talk here, but you'll find out soon enough. But she's going to help yourself live with more ease.
Well, we experienced one of her programs and and we've also experienced one of her talks. What I love about Denise is her muscle tuner programs can be simple or involved, but she literally, if you're having trouble getting around, believe me, this woman will make your body move. And simply, she has these techniques and she teaches it all over the world. She teaches it online, but to people all over the world. So you don't miss Denise. That's a great one. And the next one is dear to my heart again.
Yeah.
And that's our Tina Colter. She's a partner with us. She is an equine therapist. And gosh, what does that mean? Well, horses are athletes too. And they're just like us. They're tissues, muscles, and they work for us many times. And so they grow older just like us, and they can get stiff and sore after maybe an event, like if they were racing or if they're like barrel racing, or just even pleasure riding. So even standing in the corral, they can get sore too. So anyway, what Tina does is she goes out physically to the horses, and then she actually works with their spinal cord. And what she's found is amazing. You've got to hear her. And she also, by the way, works on dogs and cats. And like I said, the occasional other pet. So you've got to check in with Tina Colter. So, and our next person is me.
Yeah.
As a traveling sales lady for many, many years. And then also Greg and I travel. I don't like to be feeling poorly on the road because it's not something that's comfortable for me. So over the many years, I found things for the natural medicine, natural travel chest, that if I have them on hand, that I can always tip the edge in my favor for feeling well while I'm traveling. And so that could be for your whole family. And these items have been around for many years. And I'm going to cover everything from sleep, pain, digestion. Oh my goodness. That's one of the big things when you're traveling. Sometimes you're getting into foods and waters that don't agree with you, or just the food you ate at a restaurant. So I'll be touching a lot of different things that will help you while you're traveling. And so tell us about Denise Ropp here. She's got a cool program too.
Yeah, Denise Ropp from White Cedar Integrated Wellness is going to talk about the 5 steps to your best health and wellness.
Denise owns a clinic, and so she is very versed in many modalities of healing. So that one, it'll be short and sweet, so you can take these juicy nuggets and create a better place for yourself, again, while you're traveling or at home. And then another person that's dear to our heart is Cheryl Brewster. I was in a mastermind with Cheryl, and I met her online, but strangely enough, we'd known each other from many years ago. And when we met online, we knew each other already. And so she's going to take the 5 things you must know to stay aligned with your vitality. Health is more than just, feeling okay, but to have true vitality. Cheryl's going to share how to, get your own vitality and your chi going. So, and then Greg, tell us about Jackie.
Oh, well, Jackie, we know Jackie because we've joined the Happy Neighborhood Project. And what is?
Well, we are co-hosts with Edwin Idabari, and this is an online thing that Edwin started many, many years ago. And in 2009, after 2008 crash in the US, a lot of people were really depressed, but he went around and interviewed 1,000 people to find out what made him happy. So he created the Happy Neighborhood Project, and now it is an online networking for businesses. And so Jackie and I met each other, and we found her fascinating. And then she invited us to be co-hosts. So we're co-hosts for one of the shows, one of the 75 plus shows that go on each week. And but Jackie is going to take us on the transformation road trip. And she helps people create healthy relationships with yourself and others. Because believe me, whether you're at home or on the road, we want those healthy relationships and how to get along with people. Yeah. And then Greg, tell us about your Julie Blue.
Yeah, Julie Blue is someone I was at a party. This is like 25 years ago, and at a neighbor's house. And I was introduced to Julie Blue. And all somebody said is that she's a singer, songwriter, and gives vocal lessons. So I asked if I could take singing lessons. She said, "Oh, better than that, you can come and join the choir." So join the choir, the Singspiration Singers. Generally, depending on the years, 40 to 60 people. Almost all women, maybe 4 or 5 guys. So I like the ratio. And it was great fun. If you go to my YouTube channel, there are lots of videos of concerts. I ended up shooting a video of the concerts and recording, and helped out with a number of things. And Julie is not doing the choir anymore, but she is doing a series of workshops, Radiant Heart workshops, usually small groups of 7 or 8 women, and singing. And she'll talk a bit about that, and we've got some video to show about that as well. And yeah, it's just an amazing speaker, and she can talk about the health benefits. There's a lot of scientific research that goes into singing and music in general that that helps. If you play music, you're much less likely to suffer dementia. Your brain will stay more active for longer. I was taking lessons from somebody. She was 80 at the time. Now she's almost 90, piano lessons, and you would never know by looking at her because she was always very sharp and very good. I wasn't particularly talented student. But yeah, actually, I have a story about that. I ended up shooting video for her 80th birthday party, and there were a bunch of people there, and I interviewed. There were 2 or 3 other piano teachers, and one of the teachers was, I think she must have been in her 90s or something, and she had this. She said she had this idea that when adults take up piano, they never become fluid or proficient at it, and uh, Shirley disputed that, but I don't think many of her students refuted that because, sometimes a child, if they're 6 years old and they take up the piano, they can be much more fluent with it than an adult. I was really hard work for most of us, and I certainly was not. I'm a professional drummer, have a lot of talent with that. I can play bass pretty well and a few other things, but it was tough for a piano. But you just okay. I have another theory. So if you cannot be depressed and sing.
There you go. That's a great one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're singing in the shower or wherever out in the woods, you really can't. I don't think it's possible to be depressed. Steve Martin said you can't be depressed and play the banjo, and that's probably true too.
Mm-hmm. So we are getting ready to start this show, and is our first speaker ready, Greg?
Well, she's having some internet issues, so why don't you want to talk about something?
Sure. So I just want to talk to everybody about their health, and Greg and I have made a decision to lose weight. And what we found was when we made the decision, it made it so much easier. And then we chose our program, which we're going to talk about on one of our Story Van TV shows. And so far, Greg's lost 12 pounds and I've lost 6.5. And so what we did is we did a slight shift with our food. And at first, there was a few days where I was like, whoa, but at the same time, I'm feeling so much better, and Greg's feeling better too. And I can actually reach around him and hug him now. So it's our tummies that are shrinking. We also have made a point of going out and getting some sunshine, and every day that we can. And Greg bought himself a basketball, and I have my walking stick. So we walk to the park and we shoot some hoops. I'm not very good at it, but it's fun. And then he has a lot of fun too. I like to watch him go boom, boom, boom. So I think the decision each day to get outside, get off the chair, and to move around is really important, as well as each time we eat, it's a choice. And before I used to adore bread, muffins. Those were some of my go-tos. But now I'm actually making sure that we get some protein, carb, and some fat with each meal. And even our snacks are that way too. So our blood sugars are much more stable. So that's one thing I wanted to talk to you about is keeping healthy is actually simple if we just do it. And sometimes we resist because we think it's going to be hard, but it's actually not hard once you make a decision to do something. So we look forward to sharing a bit more about that again on our Story Van TV, because as we become the healthy, wealthy campers ourselves, we will have more credibility. I think we were, we're saying, oh, we're healthy, wealthy campers, but we weren't living our food. We were eating whatever we wanted. Now we do enjoy, and we have a 1 day a week, or actually a meal that we just will be able to splurge on. So it's not like we're going to be deprived. But I've seen other people to make the decision, back to the decision to do something. The decision today to learn more about your health will benefit you many, many years. One of my favorite people in my life has just passed at 98, not from the virus, but because she literally it was her time at 98. Now she was living on her own till 95, and I knew her in her 50s. She was my first mother-in-law. Anyway, in her 50s, she decided to lose weight and do her exercises. And so that helped her live 48 more years. And she did not go to the doctor she didn't have anything really going on. And what I appreciate about her is she always just constancy of purpose of just doing her, she'd get on her bike every day for 15, 20 minutes. She walked around the block with her dog. And she made her, quote, health muffins that she ate every morning. And she just really, I think we've got Anne Groom with us. So here we go. We're so excited.
What was that?
Good morning, Anne Groom. We are thrilled to have you here today to talk about Value You.
Yeah, value the internet connection that takes us all the way across to England.
Across the pond, from one side of the world to the other. We are thrilled that you are here.
Thank you. Better late than never. I don't know what was going on there because everything else was working. But anyway, I rebooted and that seemed to do the trick. So
yay!
Yeah, that is the thing. We have some internet things going on, and I have that same problem too. Sometimes the browser gets stuck, and I just have to shut everything down and start it up. And,
no worries. You're here today. I just want to introduce Anne Groom as someone we've known now since the beginning of 2021. And Anne Groom just took our hearts because the more we got to know her, then we learned more and more about her. And then we learned about her Value You program and the book she's written. And so we wanted to learn more. And what we found is that this is going to be valuable for anyone that may not be quite sure of themselves. Maybe they have a little low self-esteem. And so, Anne, could you share with us your credentials, because your credentials are amazing?
I'm a scientist by training originally, and I have teaching qualifications that I did as a mature student. And when I completed the teaching qualifications, and actually whilst I had the children, who are now aged between 35 and 42, so they're quite old, I worked for an organisation called the National Childbirth Trust that supported people who were parents who were expecting babies before the birth of their babies and afterwards. And I was actually a breastfeeding counsellor at the time, and I did that for a very long time, and I was trained in using counselling skills, and that ultimately encouraged me to train as what I call a proper counsellor or counselling psychotherapist. So I undertook a 4-year training to become a counselling psychotherapist, and that is now getting on for 30 years ago. And that's what I've done ever since. I've taught counselling skills, I've counselled, I work in the trenches, as it were, because I'm still counselling now. And I've actually trained as a supervisor. At times, there was many years I actually supervised other counsellors as well. So those are my credentials.
That's
I'm
very
a member
impressive,
of,
Anne.
sorry.
I mean, you've done a lot in your life. And what I really appreciate is you've put together your Value You book, which you had aspired to do for a while, and then you did it.
Yes, they say that everybody has got a book inside them or in them, potentially. And I happened to join a program that it was about encouraging people to write a book. And it took me a while to settle on what I was going to write about. And, as is often the case with these things, it was under my nose. And I decided to write something about counselling and based on the valuing exercise ultimately, which is an exercise that people can undertake, and it can be quite instrumental in increasing their self-esteem and sense of self-worth as well. which is, you know, fundamental in the mental and emotional health of people in general.
Mm-hmm. What I love about your book, it's simple and this in a wonderful way. This is not a big 500-page book. This is a simple book that you can digest even in a few hours. But the value, the profound transformation that can come out of it will change people's lives. So did you want to tell us a little bit more about what's in that book?
Okay, there are 7 chapters. The main premise, or the main thing that I begin with, is the actual valuing yourself exercise. Would you like me to say a little bit about that exercise?
Please.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's quite simple, and the effects of it are quite profound. Things don't have to be complicated to work well. This is the interesting thing about all this. The simple things really do work very, very well. We don't need to make it complicated. So the valuing exercise, I encourage people to designate a notebook to use to write these things down in. Something that they like handling, because, you know, the aesthetics of it can be an added bonus or added therapeutic aspect of something. Might be something they've decorated themselves, or something that they've seen in a shop that they like, or online that they like. And the actual exercise is about people writing down 3 things each day that they value themselves for. So the sentence starters are, I value myself for, and obviously there's a ... And that's where the person fills in what they value themselves for. And they're encouraged to do it daily, and to actually do it 3 times. It can be in one sitting. So 3 times they write, I value myself for, and complete that sentence. And what's usually happens, I would say with at least 90% of people, they find it very straightforward to write down things that they do for other people. And most often the case that people who are in counselling actually they're suffering psychologically and emotionally because they've been doing too much for other people and haven't spent enough time on themselves. So they have to kind of switch it round and actually write something down that they've done that they value themselves for themselves, that shows that they actually value themselves. And the premise is there that we need to take care of ourselves in order to care for other people. So that, you know, that kind of appeases the person who really does want to write about what they do for other people, because eventually they'll run out of steam and not be able to do for other people if they're not actually looking after themselves. So initially people do find it a little bit tricky to get into the exercise, but the sort of things I'm looking for are, well, you know, I'll say to them, well, you know, you've picked the phone up, you've arranged counselling, you've made an appointment, you've turned up for it. You can actually value yourself for that. That's quite a big thing. And the interesting thing about this exercise is that the smaller things count just as much, because the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So it might be buying myself a bunch of flowers. It might be making myself a healthy meal instead of just, you know, some sort of pop-up snack that isn't very nutritious. So, you know, just taking that time to put a more healthy meal together, so they can write down, I value myself for making a healthy meal. I value myself for having a shower today. I know that sounds a bit sort of odd in a way, but many people who aren't feeling very well psychologically and emotionally, that's one of the things that slips, that, you know, their own personal hygiene. So they can value themselves for having a shower, for example. They can value themselves, this is a bigger example, for speaking up. Perhaps saying no to somebody, I'm not able to do that. If I give some examples that I've actually got in the book, which might be just as easy. to read out, if I can just find them. Going for a 30-minute walk, especially in nature, taking that time for themselves to go out for a walk, because the majority of people do actually feel better when they get outside in the fresh air. Giving yourself a manicure, that can be a man or a woman. It doesn't have to be a fancy manicure. It just means simply looking after your nails. You know, you may have let them grow too long or something. Might be going to the gym. I don't know if I've said this one. It might be buying yourself some flowers or a pot plant, all those kinds of things. So when they've actually done that exercise, I encourage the people then to write down, and I love and appreciate myself. And that's quite difficult for some people, because they'll say, well, I can't write that because I don't. And I actually gently say to them, I would really like you to write it in any case, because part of you will believe it and it's going to be therapeutic. So that's, I might have given you too much detail, but that is the main basis of the book. And then I've obviously written several other chapters that kind of elaborate on that a little bit, or add on, give additional information as to how you can help yourself.
To me, that touches my heart. Even if we feel really good about ourselves, I believe we'd get value by doing this anyway on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be doing these exercises as well, because, you know, Greg and I are on this new adventure with this Healthy, Wealthy Nomads. And it's a little scary sometimes of what are we doing? And we question ourselves sometimes. But I can see the value of that. And I wanted to do this quote because it came to me as you were speaking. Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. And it's been attributed to the Dalai Lama. And so we can suffer, or we can do something as profound as writing out 2 sentences on a consistent basis, and we can transform ourselves to a healthier mental state. And it's funny, it doesn't take much to tip it over the edge. One of the things you just shared was, and I was just talking before you came on, about making a decision to eat better. Greg and I realized we were carrying quite a bit of extra weight, each of us. And so we made the decision to eat healthier. And it actually hasn't changed a lot from what I was cooking before. It was a slight shift. So what I see, Anne, and I'm hearing from you is, it's not a huge thing you have to do. It's a simple change that can have profound effects on your psyche, and also roll out to your family and friends. You know,
yes, it's. I think the power in it is the simplicity, and it's easy to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, your book, when you wrote it, and it was just completed this year, was it not, in 2021?
It's actually a year ago.
A year ago. Well, it's been a strange and interesting year. So you've got your book out now, and it's available. And how do?
Well, here Anne and I have been working on a little project, and I have a page with a link to order the book. So let's just share that, and we'll tee it up.
So here we go. We've got the book here on the screen. And what we encourage everyone, and I was thinking a lot about this. I have some nephews and nieces who are younger. And I think, had I known this information myself when I was younger, how much better my life would have been. So this is not just for adults. Have you worked with younger people as well, Anne?
Yes. Now that I'm working completely freelance, I've always been self-employed, and I used to provide services for the local group medical practice as well. And so I used to work with children then. Now I work from 16-year-olds to 85-year-olds.
Wow, so that's cool.
Yeah, it is across the board. Yeah.
Do you find more women than men, or both equally?
again, things have changed over the years. 30 years ago, counselling in the UK was actually still fairly new, and it was very southern centric, you know, sort of around the southern counties and around London area. And up in the north, which is where I live, it was very new. So I was a bit of a trailblazer then. And when I began counselling, yes, I would say that at least 2/3, probably more than that, 75% of the people that I worked with were actually women. And that might have been partly because the bulk of my work was in the surgery, and that might have been because it was a male-dominated practice, so they were more selective of women. I don't really know. I think a combination of several things. Now, I would say it's certainly 50-50, and there's certainly as many men as women either refer themselves or actually referred to me from two organisations that I actually work for as well. So it's about 50-50. So things have improved over the years in terms of the acceptance of counselling and psychotherapy and its place in a sort of healthy regime.
Mm-hmm. So people are understanding that there's not something wrong with them. It's just that it's like if we were to hike up a mountain, Mount Everest, and we would always have a guide going with us.
Mm-hmm.
We wouldn't try it on our own. And sometimes we're trying things on our own. I always called myself Queen of the Self-Help books.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when I did work with a counselor a couple different times, it was a deeper experience. It was, I think you dug in deeper more quickly, and you got the results faster and maybe longer lasting. But I do believe having the book is the start, and doing the exercises. And then if you need more, absolutely reach out to someone like yourself who has the qualifications to guide you.
Yes, self-help books are enormously valuable. I think what can happen, they'll only take you so far, having said that. And it's because we have a tendency to collude with ourselves. We perhaps don't just go to where we perhaps need to go. But in addition to that, when you're actually working with a person, you know, with a counsellor that you feel that you can connect with in terms of what you personally need, the skills of the counsellor, you know, and the trust and the acceptance and positive regard, and you know, the fundamentals of counselling, them just simply encourage people to open up and actually talk more than they would to a family member, for example. And a lot of it's because they can speak without being judged and also without interruption. Because not many, in general, people don't what we call actively listen, whereas counsellors are trained in actively listening, and that is one of the things that makes a big difference in working with a counsellor.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, we are so blessed to have met you at the beginning of the year, and we know that you yourself, and I'll just say this, have not only been trained as a psychotherapist, but also you're a mother, you're a wife, you have your own business, and so you're someone who's been around the block, per se. So the value book that you wrote, I think is very valuable for everyone to take a look at, because whether you're younger, whether you're older, as you shared, then we can always help ourselves, pick ourselves up a bit when we use a little bit of wisdom from someone that has been there, done that.
Yeah. Do you want me to respond? Were you wanting me to respond to that?
I'm curious about one other thing. When we choose a counselor, can you give a couple tips, like you were saying, for getting the right fit? Sometimes, you know, we go out there and we trust someone with some credentials. For yourself, what would be a couple tips for someone to how to choose a counselor if they do decide to get one?
I'll generalize because of the difference, between America and the UK, but obviously there are similarities. So a good place to start would be to look in the register of a professional organisation to get some idea as to whether they're accredited. The person who is a counsellor, to check whether they're accredited with a professional organisation or not, and that's a good place to start. And then actually to go to some individual websites possibly and get a sense of what you're reading in terms of it. Sometimes it's a sort of intuitive thing that people will just find the person that they think is going to help them, and it often works out that way. If it doesn't work out that way, then they may see a variety, a few different counsellors, and until they find more of a better fit in terms of what they think they need or looking for. So those are the main tips I would encourage people to take, really. Go to a professional organisation and then go to some of the websites and read their information and ask around. Maybe ask around if you know anybody who has had counselling. Ask them as well, because I don't advertise as such. I get word of mouth recommendations. People recommend me, and often that works for people as well.
So by asking a trusted friend of maybe who do they know, that could, depending on their situation, maybe one way of finding a good counselor. I know, again, for me, it was after divorce, I just knew I needed to talk to someone. And I was very blessed to bump into a woman that really, she helped me immensely. And I think there's no shame in asking counsel, because as you said, I have a lot of sisters, but at this and they're wonderful to bounce things off of. But sometimes you need a third person, a different person to hear, as you said, that we speak and they actively listen and not put any judgments. They're just listening in, and then they have tools in the toolbox. And that's one of the things that you offer, are tools in the toolbox of how to navigate life. And it's, again, no shame in doing that. In fact, it's a smarter thing to do than suffering if we are, because it takes people down a road, not a good path sometimes, if they continue to suffer over and over and over again versus clearing up the issue.
Yes. The fundamental, really, of counselling in terms of the way I work is, and it's a thread that runs through everything that I do, is that for the client, being able to talk and be listened to in itself is enormously therapeutic. There are lots of other things that I could add to that, but that is the fundamental core of it. That in terms of why it works, it wouldn't work without that.
And then do you have, if I might ask, you have your own book, which is exciting, and you can look. Is that down on the ticker tape down on the bottom here for anyone that would like to? Order Anne's book.
And it's also available, you can search for it on Amazon, and it's in a few other outlets as well as Amazon, or just Amazon?
It's just Amazon at the moment.
Yeah, but that's enough.
That's enough.
Available worldwide.
That's right.
With a click of the mouse.
Anne, you're now world famous. What we appreciate is you coming on and sharing about your book, Value You, and we appreciate all that you've done in your life to help others value themselves and get clarity on what is theirs to do, not to do. And we always enjoy having you on our show and look forward to connecting again soon. So everyone, thank you for being here with Anne Groom.
Thank you very much.
Very much. And we will see you again soon, Anne.
Yeah, and thank you, Greg and Bonnie. Yeah, lovely to have connected with you both.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you soon. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. We are here at the top of the hour with Permelia Parham, and this is so exciting. So I met Permelia. She lives over on Vancouver Island. We are about 5 hours away, is probably the crow flies.
Depends on the ferry.
Depends on the ferry. and and I got to experience vibrational healing, and this is something Permelia is an expert in. And many of you may have never heard of this modality of healing, but I tell you, it is profound. And so, Permelia, can you give us a little background on how you found this healing modality and what that looks like?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I can, yes. We had a little bit of a internet interruption there for a minute, but
there we go, a little burp.
A little burp, yes, definitely. Well, thank you so much, Bonnie and Greg, for inviting me to be on the Healthy, Wealthy Nomads Super Show. I'm very excited to be here. And your question was, how was I led to the body code and the emotion code? It was very interesting in that I had been studying just for myself, hadn't set up my business yet, but studying vibrational healing, energy healing. And so when I was introduced to the emotion code, it just made so much sense because it's talking about vibration, it's talking about emotions. So yes, definitely, it was something that I knew I wanted to do.
So Greg just stepped away for a moment here. He'll be right back. When you're working with clients and maybe they've never been exposed to this, how exactly do you explain it?
Well, and yes, exactly. So I've got my website up there, but I am a certified body code and emotion code practitioner. So how I explain it is that we all, as humans, have emotions, as we know, and often they get trapped in our subconscious. Now, we're not always aware of that, and we're not always aware of our subconscious and how powerful it is. But Dr. Bradley Nelson, who created the emotion code and body code protocols, he was a chiropractor for a number of years, and he would see his patients, he'd adjust them, and then they kept coming back. So he did a lot of meditating, and he realized that, yes, we have these emotions. And oftentimes, if they're trapped, he calls them trapped emotions, if they're in our subconscious, then our conscious brain doesn't know they're actually running the show. So I usually explain to people, it's kind of like I use the analogy of an iceberg. So what's above the water is what's in our conscious brain, and what's below the water is what's in our subconscious. So I've got my chart of emotions, trapped emotions that Dr. Bradley Nelson came up with. I have it just behind me. And so I thought that I would explain that on this chart, there's 60 trapped emotions, and the column A and column B, there's really no difference between that. But between the rows, what Dr. Bradley Nelson did was he assigned some organs. So it's a little bit difficult to see. I thought it would be a bit clearer. But anyway, so in row 1, there's column A, there's 5 trapped emotions. Column B, there's 5 trapped emotions. The organs are heart and small intestine. Now, I'm just going to read you a few of these emotions. So it could be abandonment, betrayal, love unreceived, heartache, insecurity, vulnerability. And what that means is that if those emotions are trapped in the subconscious, or they're unprocessed negative emotions, there could be an imbalance with the heart and the small intestine. There could be a misalignment, there could be an imbalance. So, that means that our organs are being affected, and we definitely want to be as healthy as possible and have all our organs and glands as healthy as possible.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I think would be interesting for people to understand is we say, well, how could that be? How could something get trapped? But when we think about our thoughts going in loops sometimes, they're literally looping and looping and looping. Or I guess here's a strange analogy. I'm trying to grasp it even myself, is when the sun shines and there is the gravitational pulls and things that we don't quite understand how it works. I think this is on that same realm. We may not understand exactly how it works, but when
we're not taught about
Yes.
our subconscious. We're not. Yeah. We're taught that our conscious brain is the smart one, or that it's got it's got all the power. But actually, that's not so. So our subconscious that holds all of our memories and all of our emotions actually represents 90% of our brain function.
Wow.
Our conscious brain only represents 10%. Now, how would we know that? We're not taught that unless you do some research for yourself, or you read books like from Dr. Bradley Nelson or Dr. Bruce Lipton, who talks about the subconscious basement and how to get our emotions and memories out of the subconscious basement and get them into our conscious brain so that we can actually make some changes in our life. Mm-hmm. So what I love about this protocol is that it works with divine energy. So our subconscious is connected to divine energy to find what that trapped emotion is, whatever one it is on the chart. Actually, when I do a session with clients, as you know, Bonnie, we find numerous trapped emotions. And so to release them, we use applied kinesiology or muscle testing to find out what that trapped emotion is. And then to release it, we use our electromagnetic field, which is stronger than the trapped emotion. Now, all of those, the subconscious, the muscle testing, and the electromagnetic field, or aura, people are used to calling it that, are all connected to source energy and divine energy. And that's truly why I believe that this protocol works so well.
Mm-hmm. What age of clients do you work with, Permelia?
All ages from children. One of my I would say oldest clients was a 84-year-old man who decided he hadn't been very happy in his life, and he found my ad in a local health newspaper, and so he contacted me and came for numerous sessions to try to understand what that was. Now, when it comes to children, I just need the parents' permission to work with their subconscious, and that's part of the protocol. Is that clients give me permission to connect with their subconscious. So really it's their subconscious that's telling me. I'm like their proxy. So their subconscious are the ones that are leading me to the issue and also the trapped emotions that need to be released.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And what's interesting about it to me is people say, well, how can things like this work? So I'm being kind of the, what would you call it, devil's advocate here in a sense. I always say, well, when you looked at a back in the day, an 8-track tape, 4-track tape, a CD, and we look at it, I said, there's music on here, and people are going, 500 years ago, they'd be going, what?
Exactly.
And the vibrational energy that's on the piece of plastic, actually, then we have a player to play the music, but you cannot see what's on there. And so that's how I think that this is so fascinating, is that you are a conduit to find out.
I'm just a channel. Yes, just a channel.
Yes.
And we're not, that's another thing that we're not raised with and not taught. We're not taught about vibration. We're all vibration. That's all we are. Mm-hmm. And so we're not taught about how that vibration works. And when, the law of attraction talks about the vibration you give out is the vibration you get back. And so whether or not it's a good vibration or bad vibration, the law of attraction's not smart. It's just very obedient. So if you're going to give out a negative vibration, that's the vibration that you're going to get back. And so we are all made up of vibration. We're all made up of molecules. We're made up of energy. And that really is what is connected to our subconscious and any of these unprocessed negative or trapped emotions that could get stuck in the subconscious.
Mm-hmm. Now
So
you
I have a couple of some samples, some client samples. If
fabulous. Let's hear about
that
them.
might help people understand.
Yes.
So one of my clients was experiencing pain in his shoulders and his neck, and he wasn't sleeping well because, of course, his pain kept waking him up. So we found and released some emotions like resentment, blaming, helplessness. And one of my processes is then to ask, well, what age were you when these emotions showed up? And so we discovered that it was in his late 40s, he's now in his early 70s, that these emotions arrived, it got stuck in his subconscious, although he didn't know that at the time, over an event that happened when he lost a job. So his body was still hanging on to those emotions. His subconscious, those emotions were still in his subconscious. So even though he had consciously realized, okay, I got over that issue, I found another job, he wasn't thinking, he wasn't still worried about it or anything like that, because it was like almost 30 years ago, but his body was still holding on to those emotions. So after we had released those emotions, within a few days, the pain in his shoulders and his neck was gone.
That is an incredible story. I bet. Tell us a few more of
okay, I have one more.
It's really juicy.
So I'm going to read it because this came from my client. And she just did one session. She said the subject, she sent me an email, things have shifted. Good morning, Permelia. Just wanted to let you know that something very major has shifted in me. And I really believe it had to do with the prenatal unworthiness. So that's an unworthy is a trapped emotion. And we have different types of emotions. Some are prenatal, which means something was going on with your mother when she was pregnant with you, but you got the trapped emotion. So in this particular case, we found this trapped emotion as a prenatal trapped emotion of unworthy. Years of therapy of every kind manageable, and I was never able to shake a deep feeling of what's wrong with me. In fact, I'd catch myself repeating it over and over again. Nothing ever touched that feeling or resolved it. Finally, it's gone. The feeling behind the words is gone, and now I feel it in my soul, spirit, body, and every part of me that there is nothing wrong with me. I feel a certain lightness and joy today, and I know this is just the beginning. Thank you from the depths of my being.
Well, that is beautiful.
That's why I do this work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so that
great.
people can feel better physically, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually. I just love the way this works, the way the protocols that Dr. Bradley Nelson created, how well they work on everything and anything.
Mm-hmm. That was my next question is, what are some of the varieties of challenges or issues, and of course no names, but that you've worked with or that you've even found fascinating?
So yes, there was something for me that just a personal story. I was having some issues with my right side of my lower back. It was my SI joint, and it was just not going away. So I have another practitioner that I like to hire to work on me. And so he was finding the trapped emotions that came up. I think I signed up for 3 sessions with him. And through those 3 sessions, he was finding these trapped emotions were when I was 18. Now, I remember that time. I was not well physically, mentally, emotionally. I was trying to graduate grade 12, and everything just seemed to be going wrong in my life. Boyfriends were breaking up with me. Like, I was a mess. But, over the years, you process what happened, that, okay, well, that just was that time of life. And, I wasn't holding any more grudges, or I didn't think that I was still connected to what was going on at that time. But it was those trapped emotions were still in my system. They were still in my subconscious. So after he released those trapped emotions, the uncomfort, the discomfort and pain in my SI joint totally went away.
That is incredible. Now, I hope I'm not letting the cat out of the bag here, but you are in your, I believe, did you say 70s?
I'm 73.
One would never know that. And I think when we're in pain, we age faster.
Oh, absolutely.
And when we age
We
faster,
also have a mindset that when we're old, we need to be in pain. So you need to switch that around.
And so by
just because I'm 73 doesn't mean I'm old.
That's absolutely true.
So
which I tell my family
going on 16.
Yeah, we're 60 going on 16.
We're not growing up anytime soon.
So what I find is that when we're cutting out just a little bit, but I think what you were asking, by releasing these emotions in the subconscious, does that keep us younger? And it definitely does. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm 73 going on 18. I'm 18 in my head.
Yes, exactly. And when we.
Hi to Denise.
and when we take good care of ourselves, then that also, like releasing these emotions, it opens up other creativity, does it not? It opens up our psyche. It opens up us to do what we might need to go do. And before, we might just be stuck where we're at.
Absolutely, Bonnie. You know, when we feel well, we do well. That's a little phrase I borrowed from my friend. And when we are feeling healthy physically and emotionally and mentally, we're being our best selves. And that's what I love to work with my clients, in order for them to be the best possible person that they can be. And then when we are that best possible person, we go out into the world and we serve the world. So one of my passions is to have a proactive wellness society. I think we've been a reactive illness society for way too long. So by doing this work that I do, by helping clients release these unprocessed negative or trapped emotions, then they can be as healthy as possible, and then they can serve the world. We need all of us to be serving the world in the best way we possibly can be. We need to be showing up in the best way we possibly can.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. We just had a comment from one of our other speakers who's listening in, and she says she said that she loves this, and she agrees. When we feel well, we do well. And and she teaches spiritual, and so she's really resonating on this. So if we believe in God or our higher spirit, we will want to do our best. We will want to feel our best. And if we're not,
that's how I think.
Look to things like what you're sharing and helping people with.
You know, even I would say 10 years ago, if someone said that I'd be doing this work, I had no clue that this is where. But I've done a spiritual practice for now over 20 years. And it's evolved, and that's what happens when you start to get tuned into who you really are, what your purpose is. We don't ask that often. That's another question that we're not raised with. What is your purpose? What did you show? Why are you here? And so I truly believe that we need to know what that is and what that purpose is. And if we're searching and looking, and we're listening in on podcasts like this and events like this, and all of the wonderful speakers that you have today, we're learning, and I'm still learning. I'm a lifelong learner. My dream is to, before I take my last breath, I'm going to learn something new.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. So with your practice, as you're out and about in society, because I bet you're very highly intuitive at this point as well.
Oh yeah. I have always had highly intuitive. I've always been highly intuitive. Sometimes as I was growing up, much to my parents' dismay, is like, who is this child? What's going on with her? Of course, I didn't know it was called intuition back then, right? We didn't have the word. I didn't have the language for it. But I've also been connected with a woman in a company in Australia, and she teaches how to be intuitive. So I was very blessed, although when I first started working as an emotion code practitioner, I hadn't yet gone to the next level, which is the body code. I took her 9-week course because I really wanted to not second guess my intuition. I really wanted to embrace it. And that was a fabulous opportunity for me to do that. And now oftentimes when I have a chart, I have my chart similar to this, before my muscle testing takes me to whatever that trapped emotion is, I'm already there. So that's my intuition working.
So the emotion code versus the body code, are they actually two different practices, or are they one and the same?
Well, we learn to be emotion code practitioners first. That's the first level. We study with Dr. Bradley Nelson, and we submit 30 case studies. I needed to interview people, so 26 people and 4 animals, because a lot of our animals are pets or rescue pets, so they have emotions as well. And so I had to submit all of that information to become certified as an emotion code practitioner. Then I was that for a little over 2 years, and then started studying the body code. Now, the body code looks at everything in the body. But of course, if there's a misalignment, a disconnection, some kind of imbalance, it is always due to trapped emotions. So we kind of, in the body code, we combine both the emotion code and the body code. Right now, Dr. Brad's talking about writing a book, I've heard, called The Body Code. So that would be great. He actually has his second book, The Emotion Code, which I'll just show so people can see it if they want to go and buy it. And that's his second book. It's got, the reason it's a little bit bigger than his first book is because it's got practitioners' case studies as well as his case studies. And he teaches you how to muscle test in his book. He teaches you how to practice releasing these trapped emotions yourself. So on yourself. So he really wants it to be a global healing. His business is called Discover Healing. And so he always is looking at having more available for people so that they can be healthy.
You just intrigued me. So many of us have pets. Now we don't, we're nomads, so it's not practical for us. But I'd had animals much of my life. Tell me a little bit more about helping animals, because so many people might get a pet from the, say, rescue or pound or something. And these pets have had PTSD from, their life. Tell me a little bit more about how you work with pets.
Same way. It's similar to children. So the owners have to give me permission to connect with the pet's subconscious. A couple of examples just to let you know. I worked with a cat who was a rescue cat, and as you know, those of us who've had cats as pets, we know you can just leave the food out and they'll eat when they want, and then they're very independent. Not this cat. No, his owner was getting worried about him because every time she put out food, he ate it all. So he was getting a little overweight. So we actually found some trapped emotions to release, because what had happened was when he was in the kennel or another, his previous owners, there wasn't enough food for him. So that's why he was always eating, because he was afraid. I mean, subconsciously, he was worried that he wasn't going to get enough food. So we did a couple of sessions on him, and it was kind of interesting. This is a friend of mine, and I kept saying, well, how's Prince Harry? That's his name, who unfortunately he just passed away this week. But she said, she kept forgetting to tell me. So it was a few months later, because usually it's only a few weeks or a week before you see some results. And so finally she said, oh, yes, that's right. He's not gobbling all his food anymore.
Well, that
was a really, there's another cat story that I have, and then I have a dog story if we have time.
Fabulous.
So this cat was a kitten. And again, another friend of mine, they got, they got her as a very, very new, like she was 8 weeks. And so there certainly hadn't had any trauma in but the mother, the breeders, I think this was the mother's 10th litter. And I think the mother was done. So even though this kitten hadn't been abused, you might say, but she'd been neglected by the mother. So the owners, my friends, their previous cat, they had always, taken it places, let it, walk all over them if they were sitting on the sofa or laying in bed or whatever. And this cat wouldn't come near them. It was like she was skittish. So I did a session for her. And within just that one session, she started becoming more loving. It probably also was helped that, she'd been 2 or 3 months in this loving home. But we released some trapped emotions like panic, fear, horror, terror, those kinds of things that you can understand that if, as a human being, if we're being neglected, we would have those trapped emotions. Mm-hmm. So that was really cool. And then my dog story, I have a few, but I will just tell you one, was another dog, rescue dog, and beautiful dog, lovely temperament, but he was very, very, just didn't want his owners to be out of his sight ever. And so they were trying to just pack up their RV and go for a weekend. They were not that they weren't going to take him, but they were just trying to get everything packed into the camper. And he was just barking. He thought he was going to be neglected and left again. And so we did a few sessions with him and got rid of all of that anxiety. So that was really cool.
So I actually know someone that I'm going to share this information with. We pet sat a few years ago and we met this little dog. And I'm telling you, I've never seen a dog so afraid,
anxious.
And all we'd have to do is start putting our shoes on to go for a walk. And we're taking him.
Yeah, we're taking him. He would start shivering. I think he was afraid he was going to be abandoned.
He was going to be afraid of abandonment. And I cannot wait to tell these people about this for pets. So I laughingly say it's for pets and their owners.
Yeah, it is. Yes, definitely. I just have one more quick pet story to tell you. So I had been asked by this couple to help with their dog because she was a small dog, but she just kept barking, and the dog was being dog sat by another friend of mine who has 2 Great Danes. So I went to her home, sat in her living room, because of this, of course, was before COVID. And so sat in the living room, did some sessions, and things, she definitely seemed to be calm. She definitely calmed down. So about an hour later, my friend sent me a photo, texted me a photo. All 3 dogs were like laid out. So even though I hadn't done any work with her Great Danes, they somehow got some of the emotion code, body code work because they were all sleeping, which does often happen after you're releasing these balls of negative energy out of the bodies. Uh-huh. So you can often feel very tired and sleepy afterwards. It was just hilarious. So.
Well, this has been so enjoyable. I encourage everyone to go to Permelia's website. Did you want to show the website? Or are we going to do that?
Oh, do you want to show the website?
Oh, here it is at the bottom.
Yeah, it's right there. Vibrationalhealing.ca.
Yeah. And then you can subscribe to Permelia's mailing list to learn more. And then
yes, you can get on my mailing list.
Yes. And
through my website.
And you do you meet with people for 15 minutes sometimes just to see if it's for them?
Yes, definitely. I have a special. So for information, because what I've talked about, a lot of people it might be new to you, which is great. So I offer a 15 or 20 minute, what I call it's just another more in-depth explanation as to how this modality works. But for the Healthy, Wealthy Nomad show,
Woo!
I have a special gratitude offer for the month of October, because as in Canada, we've just celebrated Thanksgiving. And then I'm also going to run it through the month of November to, not leave our American friends and visitors out. So for the month of November, and also for the month of October, the rest of October, I'm offering a 2 sessions for the price of 1. So
wow, that's fabulous. Well, we so appreciate you being on the show today.
And that's absolutely. We'll push that offer out to the people who've joined the mailing list.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much.
All the best. Thanks again.
Okay. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Hey, Denise.
Great job, Permelia.
Thanks, Denise. It's all yours now. So do I need to get myself out, or?
Yeah, I can throw you out, but it's better if you
No.
leave studio.
All right, I'll just click the X.
Yes.
Bye.
That's more
Have a great
graceful.
day.
Oh my goodness. Oh, we are just having so much fun this morning. And we have now Denise Cambriotti. We're just thrilled that we met you, and we have learned so much. And we've had you on our Storyvan TV, and we've bought your program, Denise. And she is one of the creators of Muscle Tuners International. And what does that mean? Well, she works with muscles for people who are in pain or need to get to moving around. And we are thrilled to have you on this morning. So tell us a little bit about how you got into what you're doing today with Muscle Tuners.
Oh, hi. Thank you so much for having me on this summit. What an experience to be among all the types of presenters you have today.
Thank you.
I really relate to Permelia, because I know emotions can cause pain, mental, physical, spiritual, emotional. It's a bundle that connects. And my story is, one day I walked into a chiropractor's office because I was tired of having a crick in my neck. And he looked at me from head to toe. He didn't just go, okay, let's just work on your neck. And he basically said the headaches, the neck, the poor digestive system, and recurring bladder infections were all connected. And I thought he was a little bit crazy. But he did his chiropractic thing, one area of my spine. He says, everything's connected. He did his chiropractic thing. And I walked out of there feeling like $1 million. I had no idea what his assistant had done beforehand was actually called muscle testing. And I just thought it was this weird thing where 1 minute this arm's okay and then this one's not. And after he did his thing, he retested all the muscles that previously, were like, literally, I was yelling at myself inside my head going, come on, you can do better than that. Come on, you can hold, you can stay there. And like, it's a little tiny push and my arm couldn't stay. And I was like, what the heck is going on? So when he fixed it and he retested the muscles, I literally went, this is what I want to do when I grow up. But I didn't see myself becoming a doctor. And to be a chiropractor, you have to do all the pre-med, and then you have to go to the chiropractic school. And it's like, I don't know, I was about to start a family. And then I learned that there's a layperson version where you can learn to muscle test from head to foot and help people release pain and improve function in their lives. And not only that, but to have more confidence and freedom to do the things that they love. And eventually, after being frustrated of teaching this in small groups where people would show up at their level of ability, which is great because that's where I was too when I showed up in class. But so many people would miss nuggets and go right over their heads. And then they wouldn't want to progress with the rest of the system that I was teaching, because I was certified to teach an internationally recognized system. And I got convinced to record our trainings online to come up with our own corrections, which connects very much to Permelia's presentation, is that we have corrections that help drain the emotions out of specific tissues. And I have seen people with a frozen shoulder in under 3 minutes go, It's like working now. So I feel very, very passionate about helping people with that from a perspective which is very gentle, non-invasive. It does not connect to thrust, but it is connected to the learnings that those chiropractors who started out doing applied kinesiology, all their research, that's the shoulders we grow on. And I'm so grateful those people did what they did, because I just can't imagine my day without getting my hands on somebody, either, face to face was the ultimate, but nowadays, even working with us virtually, I can coach people online to have the same types of results. So that's as short as I can make it. I'm just a nut bar for wanting to help people, because muscle testing, for the way we do it, is interfacing with the nervous system, and it is true biofeedback.
No, this is fascinating. Having been in the natural products quote industry for over 30 years, I saw so many different ways to heal. And when I met you and learned what you do, I thought, wow, that just resonates. And it resonated for me on many levels, because I was a traveling sales lady. I always wanted to stay well, right? And I don't like to be in pain. Most people don't, but sometimes they don't even know they're in pain until they do work with someone like yourself, where once they've released some of the stress and tension, oh my gosh, do they feel fantastic. They think they're, quote, growing old, when really they just are blocked. And I really appreciate that you saw this opportunity, and you're now sharing it with. What I get now is the blessings of what's happened this last few years is you're not just local to Vancouver Island. You can serve the world now, because your programs, you have several different programs to teach people. Some of them, like we purchased a program, and I believe it was for the feet, because my husband is a Pisces here, and no, Pisces, they're all about feet.
And you're not talking about the smell, are you?
No, I'm not talking about the smell. I call him a foot slut. But anyway, the thing is about
Guilty.
muscles, and I'll do a backstory just because I think it relates to what you're doing. I had a former husband, and he fell paralyzed. And what I realized in watching the people that worked with him, had we had something like what you do, it could have helped him progress so much faster than how it progressed for him. He never gave up. He actually went from paralyzed back to walking, which is highly unusual, but he did it. And I actually have another friend as well that was completely paralyzed. And I'll mention his name, Michael Koss.
I know Michael.
You know Michael, isn't he fabulous? I love Michael. He wrote a book, The Courage to Come Back. So sometimes it's our mental attitude, but meeting someone like you that has the tools to help them get through whatever they're going through. So can you give us an example of, say, a client without their name, of the magic of the transformation?
Oh, I have so many. You're putting me on the spot to pick just one.
Well, just think of your favorite one.
Okay. Well, first of all, you're talking about the Happy Feet program that you connected with, and you're saying, it's about the feet. But really, this is what people need to understand, is the information that comes from your feet travels through your whole body to your brain. Mm-hmm. And your brain is trying to communicate to every muscle all the way down to your feet. And if one muscle isn't working properly, when you walk, your opposite arm, opposite leg, you're going like that. Mm-hmm. If those aren't synchronized properly, it causes you, first of all, fatigue. Even just standing around causes you to be tired, and it can cause pain, because muscles start knittering and nattering at each other. They're just like a bunch of unruly kids in the back of the station wagon, and you're on a long trip. And so activating the reflexes is so profound. And actually, I'm going to name drop, I'm actually named in Michael's book as somebody who supported him in his journey, because we had to hook up things in his brain so that his body would respond to all the other therapies he was doing. So I, by myself, absolutely didn't do a whole lot, but I believe getting the wire over to the other side so the messages could go across is just a little bit kind of important. I had one of my very first clients who found me. His father actually works in the telecom industry, or still does. And about 20 years ago, he just phoned up the 411 operator and said, who does, blah, blah. And she did whatever on the computer and came up with my name and number. So they show up and I'm working on this kid and just basically telling, like, he was about 10 years old at the time. And I'm saying, let's wake up how your muscles are working. Because, 10-year-old boys want to be strong, especially if they're on the soccer team. And we were just working muscle by muscle to wake them all up. And some of them were working, some of them weren't. And his father brought him back about a month later. And he said, my son's gone from a 0 to a hero on his soccer team. Do you think something you did had anything to do with that? And I says, I don't know. Did you do anything else with him in that month since I've seen you? And he says, no. And he says, and another really funny thing is his grades have all gone from C's to A's.
Wow.
And I was a beginner in this field at that time. And, it's just so satisfying to have a system. You just apply it and you cross your fingers and hope for the best. And with all the learnings that I've had, is I mentor the people that I teach to look for these things, to ask their clients for these things, to look at these measurements and feedbacks. And that way, not only are you satisfied, because it's kind of nice to go at the end of the day and say, look at that arm's moving better now. Or, somebody said they've gone from a 0 to a hero. But what was the most profound thing for that child when he came off the massage table? So I work on a massage table. People are fully clothed. And I say, hold your arm out this way or your leg out that way. And I just push on them very gently, and either they hold or they don't. And then once we do the thing I do, it's similar as my chiropractor. I could push as hard as I can, and that limb isn't going anywhere. So this child comes down, puts his feet on the ground. He has the oddest look on his face. And I'm going, what are you noticing? And he said to me, and I will never forget these words, it feels like my feet have touched the floor, like the ground, for the first time.
Oh, that gave me the chills.
Isn't that?
That gave me the chills.
So that's what we do. It looks like we work with muscles, but we're doing much more than that.
So tell me, with your programs you've designed, is it, do they self-do these or do they work with you? Tell us more about your programs and how you work, because I know you're on Vancouver Island.
Well, actually, I'm just outside of Vancouver.
Oh, okay.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
I live in the Lower Mainland.
Oh, there's the other Denise. But one of the most beautiful cities in the world.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's, and we're very blessed to live here. I grew up here, moved away, moved across most of Canada and the Northern Territory, and came back to live here now because, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So what's happened is we've put our programs online where people learn at their own pace. So whether they are professionals in the health and wellness industry who are looking to find solutions for their tricky clients, we can help with that. And we also have programs that help the person who just wants to do it yourself and have their own experience. And we definitely empower people to have the responsibility for themselves. Even if they're the professionals, we say, use this stuff on yourself. And we coach them how to use it on themselves. And once you know how to do that, we coach them how to offer it virtually through a Zoom connection, for example, because it is not about the magic fingers. It's not about the person being magic, though you can be seen as a magician. It's about coaching the person how to activate a reflex or how to get the brain's attention that something's got a little like, hello, NASA, we've got a little problem here, right?
Mhm.
You just got to get the notice that there's something not working 100% right. And then we do a reset. And by activating literally a little switch, it could look like this. It's that simple if you know the right button.
Mhm. That's pretty exciting. You have some cool videos on your website and some really cool stuff on your website for people. You have complimentary events and tips on your website. You have your store on your website. You have events on your website. And so that's pretty exciting. Is there anything you want to share about anything that's coming up for you right now?
Well, next Saturday, I'm having the Release, Recharge, Realign little mini webinar. It's an hour long where you learn 5 techniques that re-engages your brain to your body. And I've had feedback from people actually during one of these events. And she's like, I feel so tired. I'm going, the reason is you're used to living at this level, right? And so in the 5 experiences that I share in that hour, is what happens is we teach you how to charge yourself up and how to relax, and how to charge yourself up and how to relax. And so I've woven them together like that, so you can get a sense of, and then by the time you end, you should feel energized but calm.
So it says that these 5 activities are boosting your vitality, improving your focus and concentration, increasing your strength, encouraging calmness, and releasing muscular pain. Who doesn't want that? And so all they have to do is block out 60 to 75 minutes. And is there a charge for this?
It's absolutely complimentary. No charge.
Oh my gosh.
Your
I'm so
investment's
there.
your time. And we run this once a month. And there comes a replay. The replay is not as juicy as if you're there participating live, because that's where I can answer your questions, and people will have different questions depending on their challenges. Mm-hmm. So really, this is a gift, because my mission is really about helping the most number of people get out of pain. Mm-hmm. And my coaches keep saying, no, just give them 1, give them 3. I'm going, no. It's like the one leads to the other, leads to the other. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what we have to offer. Mm-hmm. To be transparent, at the end of this little webinar, we do make a short pitch saying, if you want more, there's 7 more activities that you can buy through the program, which is the Release, Recharge, Realign program that includes, all 12, and you have permanent access to all the recordings. Mm-hmm. And there's step-by-step guide. So if you want to get back to it any other time, it's there for you. It's a permanent library you have access to. Mm-hmm. So thanks for asking about that's coming up.
So it's not like a timeshare where
your viewers.
I'm teasing here. It's not going to be like a timeshare that you go to it and then they're squeezing you. What you're giving juicy value to people to come to this webinar. And if they'd like to learn more, then there's the offer. Yeah.
Yeah, I am not a hard sell person. I just say, if this works for you, because I'm not saying it's going to work for everybody. I know it can enhance everybody's life, but whether they notice it, whether they need it, who knows? So if you're intrigued, you can learn more. That's it. I'm not going to be sending 6,000 autoresponders. I signed up for something last year, and just for a lark, when I started noticing this guy's marketing strategy, I wasn't even reading them, but I set up an automation that anything coming from him went into a folder. And at the end of 3 months, I think I had over 200 messages.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that's oversaturation.
Yes.
And I thought one day I will just see, like, the ones that attract me that I would want to click on. Maybe I'll get some marketing tips without having to pay for marketing. But the best tip I've learned is you don't swamp people.
No. In fact, I bet your best is word of mouth, because one person's going to go, wow, this worked for me. And they're going to share that with the next person for sure. So I'm curious, you shared with us, I don't know what you'd like to share, but you shared with us on a Storyvan TV interview, the coolest technique using our ears. And I wondered if you wanted to share that one today or if there's something else you'd rather share.
Well, Bonnie, that one's already pre-recorded if you just go to the website.
Oh, well, there we go.
Go jump onto the website, go to the freebie section and click on the neck tension release tip. And yes, it's unconventional. You do this thing with your ears to activate over 300 acupressure points while you do something with your neck. So if you have a challenge in your neck and it hurts to do something and you do this thing with your ears, it helps to cancel it out.
It works. I tried it. Denise had us doing it and it's amazing. So, and all of us on the computer, like all day long, you know, this is something you've got to go to and
you know, this thing, it's really bad, really, really bad for the neck. And I've taught this. I've taught a workshop, a 2-day workshop, $350, where somebody, this is one of the techniques I teach because it also helps you hear and process what you're hearing. So whenever I teach a program, I like people to turn on their ears. The side effect, it's a twofer. You turn on your ears, your brain, and you file things in your memory banks a little bit better, and you get the release of the tension in the neck. So that's what we market it because a lot of people have neck tension. But that one's already on the website. I want to give you something brand new and free that I have never presented before.
Ooh, we're a new, ooh, how exciting. And
Okay.
You've heard it here first, kids.
Okay. I wonder how many of your viewers tend to get lower back pain.
Oh, a lot, I bet.
Oh, wow.
Google, you know, lower back pain and reasons people go to the doctor. It's a huge percentage. Depending on whether you're in Canada or United States, the percentage is a little different, but it's enormous what lower back pain drives people to the medical doctor, saying, do something, take x-rays, do surgery. I can't stand this anymore, right? Have you ever heard of anybody like that?
Oh, like everybody. Myself
Okay.
even.
So when we train muscle tuner specialists, because we train people like massage therapists and physiotherapists, and we say, you are not a, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it to really put the point across, because I think your viewers sometimes feel like this. You're not a hunk of meat. And you say, this hurts, and they only work here.
Mm-hmm.
And so how many times have I helped somebody with a chronic neck issue by having them activate one of those points in the Happy Feet program that you bought? Because how you stand affects how your whole body compensates. And then eventually this guy gets, you know, or this guy, you know, so we are not where the problem is not often where the challenge is felt. Okay. So lower back pain, let me stand up. Mm-hmm. Lower back pain. It's often because the guys here in your abdomen are not carrying their share of the load. Does that make sense to you two?
Absolutely. And I just looked it up. The lifetime prevalence of non-specific low back pain is estimated as 60 to 70% in industrial countries. 1 year is 15 to 45%. And the adult incidence 5% per year. The prevalence rate for children and adolescents is a little lower. But can you imagine 60 to 75% or 70% of people have lower back pain? So this is invaluable information.
It's left over from our evolution because we were walking on all fours at one time and then we started standing up. Not all of our body caught up to that notion.
Absolutely. So this is really simple, do-it-yourself approach. It takes maybe 2 minutes. So if you're one of those 60 to 70% of the population who might have lower back challenges and are listening to this, I highly encourage you to just say, it's unconventional, but let's do it. Let's see what happens. Okay. Trust me, I'm a muscle tuner specialist.
Okay. We're excited here.
So when we actually test the abdominal muscles, we have people put their hands across their chest at the wrist here and bend forward, right? So it looks like this, right? And then we try to see if we can straighten them up by pushing gently. Makes sense, right? So when your muscles are engaged, you should be able to stay right there and no amount of pressure will budge you. And that's for the rectus muscles. And then we have you twist and bend forward, and we try to untwist you. And we have you bend forward and twist, and we try and tip you over. So these are the dimensions that your abdominal muscles work in. So I'm going to invite your listeners, who are not driving right now, obviously, but watching this, to literally activate just by bending. Just do this. Bend and straighten up, and do that about 4 or 5 times. And then you're going to bend, you're going to twist, and you're going to sit up and untwist. And you're going to do that on both sides of the body. So I know that in video land, maybe people are watching this along, and I've done 3 of those. And now I'm going to twist, and I'm going to tilt over. Okay, and then I'm going to bend forward and twist and tilt over the other way about 3 times. Great, your brain is getting the message. These muscles are trying to work, but maybe other muscles are compensating. So we need to make sure they're working by activating the related reflex. And it's literally in this area inside your whole thigh, inside your thigh. You just have to rub it. And so if you're sitting on your chair right now, you can do both at the same time. And you just want to rub it as firmly as you can tolerate. You can use either hand, and you can do either side as you wish. Okay, so I'll sit down, because probably at this point your audience is sitting down. And it looks a little odd, but trust me, you're going to like it. So we want to activate that for a minimum of 30 seconds. Now, a reflex is something that has an action at a distance. And notice we're not rubbing on the tummy muscles at all, are we?
No.
But the nervous system is communicating to these muscles through this reflex. And what we have up to 7 different reflex that you can activate for every muscle. And it's very customized depending on the person's an athlete, if they've had an injury, they're just an aging adult, if they're a kid. It does, different people have done different damage to their bodies over the years, and they need a different correction. But this one is common to everybody. And this is literally helping the lymphatic system. You've heard of the lymph, right? So when you go to the gym and you feel pain afterwards, if you feel pain in your tummy muscles after doing crunches, you want to rub these, okay? It'll help the lymph move out of your tummy muscles that have, that lactic acid that got built up and didn't get a chance. If you don't cool down enough, it gets stuck in there. All right? And then
that
what you're
is
going
so
to do,
cool.
then you got to tell your brain, look, the muscles have woken up. And if you had problems with your tummy muscles and you do this now, you're going to see it's a lot easier. It's just, all of a sudden you're not like, right? Because if your muscles aren't firing properly, you're not able to do it smoothly. So if you are one of the people trying to do the activity to wake up your brain-body connection to start with, and you were kind of wobbly or it was hard, you really need to rub these reflexes.
If a person, Denise, were to do this every day, will this build up, how do I want to say it, strength and balance?
Well, I'll tell you 2 things. One is, I had twins, and I was told to get out of the house and do something for stress release, so I went to the gym. This was many moons ago. And I'd go to the gym, and I'm doing the weights, and I'm doing all the activities, right? And I was increasing and progressing with all the equipment, but I could not do more than 20 sit-ups to save my life. I told this to the chiropractor, that buddy I ran into who fixed my neck, my digestion, my sleep, and like everything. I went, I'm going to the gym and I cannot do more than this many sit-ups. And I've been 3-4 months there and I still can't do more than 20 sit-ups. And he said, let me check something. And he did some kind of magic. And the next time I went to the gym, I did 100 sit-ups.
Wow.
Now, when we teach this to people great question, because for self-help, if you want to tone your muscles, and I've seen people like my partner, Heather, she'll get the tape measure and she'll say, okay, here I am. And tonight I want to go to an event and I'm a little like I need an inch or two to get into that. She will do this and she gets reduction in her waistline so she can fit in her clothes. And she repeatedly does this for herself. But this is the prize. Switch on your muscles first. So if you want to do crunches, you're at the gym or you're on your living room floor with your feet tucked under your couch and you're doing your crunches, activate these reflexes before you start. Do as many crunches as you can and rub the reflexes again for 30 seconds and do some more crunches. And I will guarantee you, your muscles will tone and respond faster and faster. You will see results. That's why we say hashtag switch on muscles first.
Yeah.
That was invaluable.
That was fabulous.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to try this.
So I know my brother is watching and he could use this exercise. So I think that little tip we're probably going to extract and send to everybody who's signed up for the on the mailing list.
Yes.
I'm very happy to give that tip. And to remember, the reason you want to have strong tummy muscles, besides looking nice, is to support your back. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and can I offer one more thing?
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
There's a hip flexor muscle that your hip flexor, think about kicking a soccer ball. I don't know if you can see me well enough, but imagine you're drawing your leg back. It looks like this, drawing your leg back and you're kicking a soccer ball. Okay. Mm-hmm. You want to hold on to something and swing your leg back and forth, 3 to 5 times and hold on to something else and do the same thing with your other leg. And then what you want to do is you're going to hold on to your rib cage and you're going to find with your thumbs below the lowest rib. So you come down, you find your ribs. There you go. You're in the lumbar area now. You want to rub like that. I can't see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But did you see what I was doing?
Absolutely.
Now, if this muscle's in trouble, this is going to be very sensitive. So do not press too hard.
Okay.
But that is a very safe technique you can do for yourself. You're not manipulating your spine. You're just activating the reflexes on either side of your spine, just below the lowest rib. Let me go find Max.
Oh, Max. Hi, Max.
Yeah, Max, refuses to go see a doctor for this thing. I can't look at so here is the lowest floating rib. You want to be right down in there. And you go rubby-dubby right in there.
Well, we are just thrilled to have you on today, you and Max. And for everyone, please go check out Denise's programs, and you can contact her. The email was up there, and we so appreciate you on the Healthy Wealthy Nomads Super Show Health Edition. You're amazing. Thank you for coming today.
Oh, thanks again for having me and giving me an opportunity to help more people.
Okay.
If you want to learn more, reach out. I'm Denise at muscletuners.fit.
Yay.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your day. You guys are just having a blast. Keep it up.
We are.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I love you, Denise. Thank you.
So next up, we have Tina Colter, equine therapist. And Bonnie, what tell us a bit about Tina while I tee this up.
Well, Tina and Greg and I met last January on Bowen Island at the Xenia Retreat Center. And Tina had come to work with Angeline Toth's horses. And the horseshoer was on his way. And Kodo, one of the horses, is an elder in a sense. He was 22. And when the horseshoer comes, they tend to pick up their legs, and horses are like humans. We can get stiff and sore sometimes. And Tina is a horse therapist. And what she did is she was doing similarly so, as we just learned, on how to unblock and let energy flow through muscles so that the horse can relax and feel more comfortable during the process of horseshoeing. But as you know, many horses are athletes. They can be race horses, they can be barrel racing horses, they can be the pleasure horse. And what Tina does is she works all of those, and she helps horses feel better. And we are so blessed to know her. She is a rancher. She's a horse therapist. She's a mom, and she has this lovely countenance to her, and we adore her, and we can learn so much for horses, dogs, and their humans. So let's take it away with Tina.
Okay, okay, here we are. We're talking with Tina Colter, equine therapist, and she's going to talk to us about her practice.
Yeah, Tina, I just want to say something about Tina. Tina now for almost a year. In fact, I've seen her in action in the barn. And Tina has been helping horses for 19 years. She is well known in the British Columbia, Alberta community, and now around the world because Zoom. So we invited Tina because she not only works on horses, but other pets as well. And we wanted to share with you what Tina does for animals. And so Tina, how were you introduced to this amazing technology called LifeWave? And tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably about 2020, the summer of 2020, my horse really injured herself. And it was to the point where we weren't really sure how she was going to come back from it because she severed down to her joint capsule in her foot, along with cutting some tendons, ligaments, and what have you. So, we had a lot of stuff that we integrated. I was giving her supplements internally. I was, working on her body structurally almost every day. And I was looking for something else to help to get the healing process moving forward even more. And I was introduced by a friend, and I was pretty skeptical, but I was willing to try anything at this point, and I was really open to looking at it. And she just said, listen, this technology has been used on horses and they've done clinical trials. And so I perked up and went, okay, let's see how this works. So when I received them, I placed them on her leg, the light therapy patches, and within 2 days the swelling disappeared. And I was on my hands and knees in the pasture looking, going, how is this happening so quickly? Because for a month or so, I couldn't get it past. I couldn't decrease that swelling no matter what I did. So I applied that and the swelling went down within 2 days. So that really showed me I could see some visual results with that.
I've seen pictures, Tina, and we're not going to show them today because they're quite graphic, but I've seen those pictures of your horse. And I have worked for a veterinarian. My former husband was a veterinarian, and I couldn't believe the damage that was done to your horse's foot. And to think that your horse recovered and is actually, you're beginning to maybe even ride her now after only about 8-9 months. I'm in awe of these. So when you started using these patches in your business, which was already a thriving business for 19 years, helping horses, how did adding this technology help your business?
Yeah. What I found was I used them on my horses. I really liked the idea of them because they are for people and horses. They did a nice clinical trial on over 100 horses, which I'll talk about later. But I saw the results. I felt the results. I saw the results in my horses, but it took a bit for me. I started to play with them. So I would bring them out to my sessions and start to use them. So it was like my own little clinical trial. And time again, I could not deny the results, the pain relief within seconds to minutes. Just every single horse seemed to respond in a positive way. So over a few months, August, I was introduced to the business and the company and the products. And then November, I integrated it into my practice.
There's a particular horse, and we have a picture of this here, of the amazing results in 10 minutes. Can you just tell us about this horse and how they applied it and what happened?
Yes, absolutely. What I really like about this, I'm a visual person. I know there's a lot of people out there that are visual people, but they did, like I said, the clinical trial out of 100 horses, 94 out of 100 had positive results with decrease in pain and inflammation. And 94% in a clinical trial is amazing anyway. But the before photo that you're looking at is the reds and the purples and everything. And those are indications of heat. And when there's heat and inflammation, there's also pain. And you have that top picture of that. And then you have the bottom, and that's after application, and you have that decrease. There's less red. That's really brought that heat and inflammation down. What's substantial about this is these before and after photos are only 10 minutes apart and one application, where I've seen before and after photos with other modalities for horses, and it's multiple applications and weeks apart. So we're getting these results so quickly, and the horses are getting relief so quickly. Greg and Bonnie were so kind to create a video and a demo of me using these light therapy AccuLife patches. So what I want to do is I want to play it and give you a little demo of how they work, what they're doing in the body, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hi, my name is Tina Colter. I'm an equine therapist. I've been practicing with horses and dogs, the occasional cat, for the last 18 years. I'm certified in alignment and acupressure massage. I've been introduced to this company for a while now, and I have put it into my practice because it is something that I can put into the back pocket of any of my clients. It sits on acupressure points, allowing us to unblock meridians, acupressure meridians, and allow pain to move through and out of the body. So it's not masking the pain, which I really like. It is allowing the pain to get released from the body. So I will do a quick little patch demo, if Kodo allows me, as we just go along and we feel in little meridian areas and where he reacts. See how he twitched? That is a reactive area. So what I would do is I would patch that area, and we have two patches, white and a tan. And we put white on right and tan on the left. Does wither. And we place it right here. I'm just taking one of the sides of the adhesive off. What you do the other side, you do the other with the white. And you can go along. And very quickly, so I'm going to leave that because I'm just going to see if it's going to just push out this way, because I have seen that happen. Yeah, so I would like to patch this area as well. And Kodo's being so good. He's hanging out. They know when
he actually liked it.
He does like it. If he didn't like it, he'd be leaving.
No.
So we have it here. I'm just going to, those are the only places that he has reacted. And then we just wait a couple of minutes and then we'll recheck those. But I just want to check down here. We go along and there's no reaction there. It's just in this area. Right?
He liked you.
Oh. So if we press in this area again, there's no wither reaction. It's that quick, which at first surprised me, but the more I use these patches with horses, still a little sensitive here, so we'll just let this settle down. It does allow it to move out a lot. quicker. Okay, that's it. So we're always looking for a release like this, licking and chewing and dropping of the head. And those are indications where a horse is starting to release things. So the patches can work right away, or they can take a little bit to work, but still, he always keeps coming to where I have them in this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so actually, this is interesting, is he's reacting more. And that's okay. Because sometimes what can happen is there can be an influx of inflammation, the whole transfer. And so sometimes it can get a little more sensitive before it starts to flow out. I have seen that sometimes. Yeah. And so it's not a terrible thing, but we're just going to let this go. We're just going to let him sit with it on for a little bit, and then we're going to come back in like half an hour or so. But I think for him, it's actually woken the area up, and that is okay. It just takes a little bit for it to just sort of increase, and then it will decrease. Okay. So that's always a good thing to see. Yeah, this is AccuLife. They come with 2 patches, a tan and a white, because of the polarity, and the white patch goes on the right side of the body, polarity reasons. I really like that Koto's sort of licking and chewing, dropping his head. Its eyes are starting to close, so he's starting to relax a little bit. But the tan sits on the left side of the body, and the white sits on the right. 12 hours on and 12 hours off. But with the AccuLife, it is only used as needed. It's not a preventative. It's to unblock the chi through acupressure points throughout the body. So we can use them in all different areas. Hi. Shoots over. So if he was sensitive down here or over here, then you could do that as well. But these are the main areas that you feel along the side. And right here. It's getting better. We're just going to let it sit for a bit.
That was a fun day out in the corral with the Koto and the dogs.
Yeah, I love it when the horses want to hang out. I really liked it that he didn't have his halter on.
Yeah, so that showed, you were sharing with us the indication of pain, that twitching. I'm sure some horses react even more. Mm-hmm. And then how quickly it was eradicating. And also what I learned is the pain can move and move on out. And what you were sharing is it can get actually worse before it gets better, which is not worse, but more intense before it gets better. We find that in homeopathy and some other healing modalities as well. And so curious, going back to your horse when the severe injury on the foot, and were there other patches beside the AccuLife that you have you tried on horses?
Yes, absolutely. I've tried the other ones. There's a stem cell activating patch that I placed because AccuLife decreases inflammation, allows the body to, when we decrease the inflammation, then we allow the body to heal a little bit better. But there's some other patch, which is like the X39, which activates our own stem cells to act younger. And when we can do that, wound repair, tissue repair, everything increases or speeds up, and we can get into deeper areas. So I'm looking forward to seeing a before and after of the joint capsule that was affected for my horse, as well as another one that I used. Once I used the AccuLife to decrease the pain to make her feel more comfortable, the X39 and carnosine, which really goes down to it affects the bioelectrical properties of the organs. And that's a mouthful, but what that actually means is it's going down to the organ level and healing at the organ level. And on that way, heart, tissues, ligaments, tendons, it's a nice antioxidant that we already have in our body. And we activate it to be even more when we place these patches on with the phototherapy process. But the key thing about this is nothing's going in the body. What's happening is we're activating pathways that we have in our body and stimulating what's already in our body to start responding at a younger state. And then that's when you see the repair increase, the damage decrease, and it just takes it to a completely new level of healing.
Mm-hmm. That is so exciting. Now, thinking of horses and dirt, and how do you keep those patches on, Tina? What's the trick here?
Well, I was looking at going, are they going to stay on? But they actually stay on substantially well. When I was placing them on my horse's leg, I used a vet wrap, or I wrapped it with the vet wrap. And when they're on top of the back, it's kind of like a table anyway, so it tends to stay on, and the adhesive isn't overly sticky, but as long as they're not super dirty or wet or too clean, shiny clean with our conditioners, they tend to stay on quite well. If you are having issues with it, then we have maybe used 1 drop of crazy glue on the adhesive just to keep it sticking on, but rarely do we have to do that. They stay on pretty well.
That's wonderful. Pretty amazing. Thinking of the horses, you said you also sometimes have worked with dogs and maybe even cats. Share a little bit about that.
Yes, I have been. Through my schooling and through certification, we did work on dogs as well, mainly focusing on horses. But when you show up to different barns and there's all the critters around, sometimes they are at a last resort and they just ask, have you ever worked on that? I worked on one cat that was walking around like a raccoon because it fell out of a tree. And after that, we just, made sure and got a new lease on life and started walking around like a cat again, not a raccoon all hunched up. So,
what a great story. And I suppose, having had a horse myself, when we're trailering horses, stuff happens to animals, especially horses. They're always getting into trouble somehow. But have you seen that using them, I guess what I'm trying to say is that they're so small that you could take them anywhere if you're traveling with your animals. Have you, is that one of the features it's so nice about that they're small? And
yeah, what I really like, actually, there's so many of the patches that I really like to implement with animals, and the Eon, which decreases stress and inflammation, we're finding really good results with anxious horses, stressed out horses. If they're anxious to trailer and we use the application with the Eon, it decreases inflammation as well, but it also decreases the stress hormone. And when we can do that, the horses tend to just relax a lot more. I have a farrier who used the Eon on his wife's horse that was really hard to trim her feet. And it just changed the whole personality of the horse. So his wife walked out and said, "What did you do to my horse?" Because she just had her head dropped. She was just sleeping as he was trimming her feet, and that wasn't something that she normally did for him. So we're seeing a lot of those results with them as well.
So farriers, this might be their best friend. I do remember we were at the barn with Kodo, and you patched Kodo before he had his horseshoeing done, and it was because his one of his hips were kind of tight, and within minutes it was so easy for him to pick up his rear foot. And the shoer was very happy about that.
Absolutely.
So that for something like that, it might be a real blessing for people who have hard to shoe horses because they're in pain, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. There's stiffness that occurs. And if we can decrease that pain and inflammation, their range of motion improves, and it makes them more comfortable to stand there on 3 legs for farriers. And it makes the farrier's back probably not hurt as much for, having to hold up more than he or she needs to. Yeah, it's a win-win for everyone. What I do really like about this is when I get phone calls of, can you come out and see my horse? Sometimes I can't get out there for 1 or 2 weeks, depend on bookings and such. This has allowed me to be able to share this with clients, to be able to give their horses or animals some relief it's a really nice value added to what I do for animals, but it also gives, we can put that in the pocket of people. Anybody can use these to help their animals to feel better. Nothing goes in the body, which, then we don't have to worry about organs or stomach issues or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. One of the other nice things I've seen you do is that we're working with some gentlemen down in Texas with their standard bred horses, and they're athletes. Horses, if they're in service to barrel racing, the standard breds, long distance riding, you actually can work from afar because they can use, with the miracle of modern technology, twice here, you can actually work with them and they can show you their horse and what's going on. I thought that was an amazing new way to work from afar. So do you have some clients, as you said, that maybe you can't get out there, but you can help them anyway?
Yeah, but when I decided to implement this, I had no idea what was going to happen, but I have been on Zooms or face-to-face in the middle of fields with people in Alberta and Texas. I'm working with people in Chicago. So I had no idea how it would branch out. And I am so passionate about helping animals feel better. But I didn't know when I said yes and to integrate this into my business that I could see myself helping even further away. I mean, I'm working with people in England. So this has really allowed me to stay where I'm at, but expand outward to further than I could have ever imagined. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So you decided to incorporate this into your business by just trying it yourself and seeing what happened. And then it just moved forward naturally because it was so helpful, it sounds like.
Yeah, it wraps around my life. I use it on myself because it really made sense. We sit here. I just remember before this, I was going to bed and I was like, I am just sore, achy and pain. And I was on a really nice high-end supplement. I was on everything, but I was still sore. And I just didn't agree with this aging process because I've heard people just say, well, it's just because I'm getting older. And I just refused to believe that I needed to be okay with this. And at the same time, I was kind of stomping my feet because, I was sore. So I was introduced to this for my horse, started using it as well. So I wasn't really paying attention to my results. And I can't exactly tell you when it happened, but I don't go to bed with aches and pains anymore. I own an acreage. We do fencing. I go out there. I do rock picking. I know that's everybody's favorite is rock picking. And I come into the house and I'm not sore anymore. And my day doesn't end around 5:00 and my list gets pushed to the next day. I have this cool energy that's there where if I have something to do at 7:00 at night, it's not something I think about. I just do it because my body doesn't ache anymore. I'm able to help more horses because I feel better and my day lasts a lot longer. So it just integrates into people and horses. And when we feel better, people can feel that and we can get a lot done and just enjoy our lives a bit more. I want to play this video to show you how these patches work in our bodies and how they activate different pathways. So enjoy.
Light, an ancient form of energy that goes back to the dawn of time. For us, it all begins with the sun, the source of light and life for our entire solar system. Even Einstein concluded that everything we're made of contains light. All life originates with the sun through photosynthesis. Plants and vegetation collect the light, and all living creatures emit light. Humans actually emit infrared light, which can be seen with night vision devices. We've known for centuries that light has many effects on the body. LifeWave's phototherapy patches use light to stimulate the body's natural healing systems, providing specific health benefits. Here's how the technology works. First, a patch is applied to specific points on the body. Where the patch covers the skin, Infrared light emitted from the body is reflected back into the tissue. This stimulates the skin, which in turn stimulates specific regions of the brain. The brain then taps into the body's own natural flow of energy and the ability to heal itself. Let's take a look at why this is important on a cellular level. For example, a number of our patch products help counteract free radicals, oxygen molecules that damage cell proteins and contribute to visible signs of aging. When the body is stimulated through phototherapy to release its own antioxidants, these free radicals are neutralized naturally. LifeWave phototherapy patches promote an environment that enables the body to optimize its restorative powers and provide specific health benefits, all without the use of harmful drugs or chemicals, all helping you to stay healthy and young. To find out more, contact your distributor or visit lifewave.com. LifeWave. Live long. Live well.
So this amazing technology is not only for horses, but humans.
Yeah.
And some other pets as well. And you found it very helpful in your practice.
Mhm.
And we so appreciate you, Tina. And if anyone would like to get a hold of Tina, it's tinacoltertherapy.ca, as she's in Canada. And we encourage you to check this out for horses and humans and their pets.
Yeah.
And Tina, we thank you so much.
And I can relate to the rock picking. I spent quite a bit of my summers picking rocks. So,
Yeah, there's no sense in any of us hurting as we grow older. We've got a solution for that. You've got a solution for that, Tina.
due to lack of interest, aging has been canceled.
That's right. That's right.
I refuse.
Well, thank you so much, Tina. We really appreciate you and all that you're doing for horses and their owners.
Thank you so much for inviting me. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you.
Hi, Bonnie and Greg Dixon again. That was really fun with Tina. We love Tina. She's actually quite close to where we're at right now, and about an hour away. She's in the Kamloops area. We are in the Merritt area of British Columbia. And as time goes on, we are now working with some gentlemen from Texas with their standard bred horses, their racing horses. So we'll have more tales to tell down the line. So right now, I'm so excited to share with you what I've learned over many, many years of traveling. I was a traveling sales lady, and I never liked being sick while I was on the road. It was just not my thing. I would turn into a big baby. So over the many years, I collected what I found for myself. Now, there's many more things. And in fact, I encourage you, anyone who's on the show listening in, to let me know what products helped you or techniques that helped you while you were on the road to stay well, to stay healthy, to especially now, even more so than when I was on the road. With today's, I'll just say it, with the virus going around, which, by the way, there's been so many things out there that you probably didn't even know about. And if you did, you'd never leave your home. But I encourage you to take a look at a few of these items. They may be helpful for you or your family or a friend if they're not for you. But I have found success with these items that I'm going to share with you today. And I didn't use them all at the same time. I use them as needed. And but they've been very helpful, and I keep them in my own medicine chest at home. And then when I travel, then I would pull some out and take with me. And or many of them you can get while you're on the road. So here's my natural health kit for travelers, tips from years on the road. Let's see if I can push this button right. There we go. So my story again, I was a traveling sales lady in the natural products industry for many, many years. I was working for a health food store since 1990, but even as a young girl, I just was fascinated with natural healing. And so anyway, I ended up in the natural products industry. And from there, and I didn't like being sick while I was away from home. So I created this travel kit. And I've talked about it for many years, but here it is put together. So it is imperative that we stay as healthy as we can for our sake, as well as our loved ones in our family and those that we care for. We're all blessed to have modern medicine as well as traditional medicine from around the world to support us. And I've seen many miracles in all ways of healing. So I don't want to discount one type of medicine versus another, because around the world, there are many, many, many ways to heal. And so if some of these resonate with you, I've done my job, and the natural health kit will be available as a download. So you don't have to scramble to take notes. You'll be able to either see the presentation again, and or we'll have like a little list that you can just go to your local health food store and or just farmer's market or grocery store. A lot of these are available there. So the first thing I want to talk about is digestion. Man, oh man, when we're on the road and we eat something that disagrees with us, what's very helpful for me are enzymes. Now, I don't know if you know this, but we produce hydrochloric acid ourselves, about a quart a day of these enzymes. But as we grow older, we start producing less and less, and hence indigestion. And sometimes it's from something we ate that doesn't quite agree with us. Sometimes just low production. And people think, well, I'll take an antacid, or, you know, something that negates the acid. When in reality check, you might need more acid, not less. So you can actually buy hydrochloric acid. Some people do that. For myself, I took a regular all over general enzyme. Now these brands are just ones I'm familiar with. There's other brands that are out there. But when I'm looking for an enzyme, I'm looking to find one that kind of encompasses more than just protein. Papaya enzymes are great, and they're more for protein, but I like to cover the carbohydrate and the fats, because sometimes it's the fats, the lipase that we actually need. There's also people who are sensitive to milk, and that is a lactase enzyme. You can get them specifically, but something like now super enzymes kind of cover the whole thing. Flora is another great brand, and they have that immediate relief for if you get gas too, which I'll talk more about as well. But gas can really be causing discomfort as well. It might not be your digestion, but more your intestines that are full of gas. But one of my other favorites from Flora and other brands put out are Swedish bitters. And if you're stuck and you don't have them, you can go to the grocery store or the bar and say, I want some Angostura bitters. What bitters do, they're a little different than the enzymes. The enzymes actually are already good to go. You just take them and it immediately starts digesting or breaking down the food. The bitters actually stimulate your own body to produce the enzymes. And so I like bitters. And sometimes if you've been struggling for a while, if you start taking bitters, it actually starts stimulating your own body to create the proper amount of enzymes and the things to help you digest. So sometimes it's the food's just sitting there in the stomach, kind of not doing anything. But if you add the enzymes or the bitters, then it can get everything start breaking down. If you take a enzyme cap and break it open and put it into oatmeal, you will find it will liquefy it. It's that profound. I've done that experiment. It's great fun. So if I get an upset tummy, sometimes I just take enzymes, or proactively, you can just go ahead and take enzymes with your meal. It's very, very helpful. It's a very good practice to do, actually. So that's enzymes. And along with that goes along with that are probiotics. I'm sure everyone's heard of it. Eating yogurt is healthy. On the steppes of Russia, some of the longest lived people in the world use yogurt every day. And these are live cultures that actually live in the bowel. So what happens is when we're under stress, they will die off. And it's like a flower garden. And you have like 400 kinds of bacteria in the gut. And these bacterias, they actually live there, but it can be disrupted fairly easily with antibiotics. You will kill them off. And like a flower garden, the bad bacteria or weeds will grow faster sometimes than the good ones, especially if we're under continued stress or we're not eating enough fiber. Fiber feeds the bacteria, the good ones. There's you can get a lot of fibers on the market, some even laced with probiotics. Now they even have prebiotics. They're foods that feed the bacteria in a good way. But for myself, I'm only putting, again, these brands up because I've known them, liked them, and trusted them. BioK, originally from Canada, it actually is just one of the most profoundly, oh my gosh, it can just so implant easily. They have a regular one, and then they have the extra care one. There's many, many great brands out there. But these particular ones, you can get the BioK actually in capsules and or in like little yogurt cups. So whatever is most convenient. Say you're on the road and you get an upset tummy and you decide to just add something. The probiotics are very helpful, especially again, been on a dose of antibiotics for some reason. Make sure to use these afterwards, after the whole thing with antibiotics, 10 days, however long they have you on that. So the microflora is what they're talking a lot about. And the biome of the gut is like a garden. You want to nurture it and take care of it. And a probiotic will help you with that. Now, we've heard of acidophilus probably, and we've heard of bifidus, but there's so many more. Bifidus tends to be more prevalent if we're over 50. So sometimes you can buy just that. But again, the BioK is going to cover that for you. So let's move on. So again, obviously I think tummy issues could be one of the most challenging on the road. And here's some simple things that don't take up much room. You can even keep it in your purse. A couple bags of ginger tea, a couple bags of peppermint tea. I like ginger. It's got some really warming properties to it, as well. It helps the digestion. Peppermint tea, some people have to be careful of it, but it actually, after a meal, can really be helpful for any gas, as well as ginger. I also like, this sounds strange, but candied ginger. A cube or two will often just be the trick to settle my tummy down. And if you don't have dessert, well, it's a great dessert. It is high calories though, because if it's candied, it's got sugar in it. But it's easy to carry, and it is handy to have a few cubes in your purse in a little container just to munch on. Or the tea bags are easy to carry with you. Even if you're on an airline, can you have some hot water and make your own tea? So those are some favorites of mine. And then this sounds really wild. Charcoal. Who would ever thunk, charcoal? Charcoal's great if you just have bad gas. Oh my goodness. And I don't use it often, but I like to keep it in the cupboard. So if you've eaten something really nasty and it's very helpful for alleviating gas and pain and like bloating. It's very, very helpful. So for some of us that don't eat a lot of the cole family, which is, your Brussels sprouts, your cabbage, your cauliflower, things of that nature. Sometimes that can cause a lot of gas. So using charcoal, though, I do caution you, it's not something you do every day. It's an occasional thing. And when you take it, make sure to take it with a large glass of water. In fact, many of these products that I'm sharing with you do take it with food or water. Don't try to choke these down just, without something. I've had charcoal, I've burped it up and like it goes flying out of your mouth. It's kind of weird, but very, very helpful over the years. So some of us, we're out on the road and ouch, we're hurting. We're hurting for some reason. And so this is got to be one of my new favorites. And my husband and I have both used it. This is actually a product called from LifeWave, and they are photo therapy patches used on the body meridians. And I have a really exciting testimonial, but I'm going to just share it's safe and natural pain relief. And it can be used for local pain, say you've hurt your ankle or knee, or it can be for whole body pain. It's fast acting and non-addictive. In fact, the Olympic Committee allows them to be used on the Olympians. And in sports like football, they can use it in football. So this is because nothing goes in the body. It's really convenient, easy to use, and it's in a form of acupressure. So it's pretty cool. And so no drugs, no chemicals, no stimulants. And we keep that in our travel case now. So one of the things I really like is that it's so easy to keep and have it right away. If you've tripped over something, you've hurt yourself. And I think I have a few more LifeWave products to show you down the line. We'll show a video in a bit here, but right now we'll keep going. But IceWave is one of my new favorites. The other favorite for if you've fallen is arnica. I love arnica. I've used it for, 30 years. And arnica gel goes on the body, on the outside of the body, and arnica tablets you put under the tongue. And this is called homeopathy. It's a form of homeopathy. There's arnica oil as well. Now, arnica oil you want to be careful of. You don't want to take it internally. You want to just put it with a carrier oil like peanut olive, an oil, a neutral oil like that to put it on the body. But I like this by Baron. I have always liked Baron. They're a French company, but they have a facility for manufacture in the US as well. And homeopathy works different than what we call allopathic medicine. Allopathic medicine is what we think of as traditional medicine. But homeopathy has been around for several hundred years. The Queen of England herself uses homeopathic preparations. It's very popular in Europe. And so there's arnica is from Arnica montana is a flower in Europe and the United States. And the Native Americans found that it had properties to it. And so if you were to ingest it, you would get aches, pains, and be really miserable. But used in a homeopathic form, and that is, I'll just give you a little snip of homeopathy. Like cures like, whereas allopathic medicine, it's the opposite of. So when you take aspirin, which is from the willow bark originally with salicylic acid, it pushes down a fever, whereas homeopathy, the same, will push you up and over what they call the bell curve of healing. And so Arnica montana is this particular remedy, and the gel uses the arnica flower in very, very tiny quantities. In fact, at a 30C, as you can see on the screen here, there's no actual arnica in there. You say, well, how the heck can that work? Well, when I ask you to look at a CD, can you see the music on there? Can you see it? Of course you can't. But there is a magnetic vibrational component to a CD, and therefore you can hear the music with the right player. Well, that's the same with homeopathy. The actual pellets have the pattern, the energy pattern of the arnica on there. And as you orally put them under your tongue and you allow them to dissolve, you don't eat 15 minutes before or 15 minutes after. And you just allow those. Arnica is like a miracle worker. So a good example was my mother fell off the porch one day. It was unfortunate. And immediately I had her lie down and I put arnica on her ankle where she had twisted it and gave her arnica tablets, both at the same time. And I'm telling you, 20 minutes later, you wouldn't have known she'd fallen off like that. I've also fallen myself on my back. I slipped on ice and it was very, very shocking to my body. And I took arnica and I was fine. So arnica has always been my little miracle worker for hikers. It's just amazing. And so we'll go from there. That's a favorite for pain relief. and wellness. We all want to just like, this whole talk is just about wellness. And so one of my favorites, again, a LifeWave product, is the X39. Truly, truly, truly. This is like amazing stuff. It's a patch designed to elevate your copper peptides in your body, CHK, known to activate your own stem cells to improve energy, sleep, reduce pain, and general wellness. My husband Greg and I have been using them since the beginning of the year. We've noticed profound differences, and we laughingly say we're in our 60s, going on 16. We're aging younger, and that's what this particular patch can do. So when we're on the road, being a road warrior can be stressful, and this will absolutely help with energy and your sleep and reduce any pain that you're in. And Greg, it looks like you're here and you'd like to say something about that.
Oh, no, this is, it's amazing. It helps us. I like, my favorite product is Eon, but X39, generally a combination of Eon and X39 will help you with overall stress relief and general well-being.
Mm-hmm.
And did you want to play the video now?
Sure, let's play the video. And then I realize I've got to hurry up. Our next guest is already in the room.
Yes.
But we'll start our next guest on the top of the hour. So here's how this works.
Light, an ancient form of energy that goes back to the dawn of time. For us, it all begins with the sun, the source of light and life for our entire solar system. Even Einstein concluded that everything we're made of contains light. All life originates with the sun through photosynthesis. Plants and vegetation collect the light, and all living creatures emit light. Humans actually emit infrared light, which can be seen with night vision devices. We've known for centuries that light has many effects on the body. LifeWave's phototherapy patches use light to stimulate the body's natural healing systems, providing specific health benefits. Here's how the technology works. First, a patch is applied to specific points on the body. Where the patch covers the skin, infrared light emitted from the body is reflected back into the tissue. This stimulates the skin, which in turn stimulates specific regions of the brain. The brain then taps into the body's own natural flow of energy and the ability to heal itself. Let's take a look at why this is important on a cellular level. For example, a number of our patch products help counteract free radicals, oxygen molecules that damage cell proteins and contribute to visible signs of aging. When the body is stimulated through phototherapy to release its own antioxidants, these free radicals are neutralized naturally. LifeWave phototherapy patches promote an environment that enables the body to optimize its restorative powers and provide specific health benefits, all without the use of harmful drugs or chemicals, all helping you to stay healthy and young. To find out more, contact your distributor or visit lifewave.com. LifeWave. Live long. Live well.
Okay, so let's go on. I want to get through all of these. Wellness formula. This formula has been used for at least 35 years that I've known, and it delivers a C and 30 other vitamins, minerals, and time-tested herbs for immune support. And you would take it during the season. You know, we're starting into fall here in North America, so it's a good time to take it. And with all that's out there right now, it's not a bad thing to take on and off. I don't say take it all the time. I say take it and then rest a spell and then take it again. But it's really one that I used to lean on. Now, here's the other favorite thing. When we're on the road, you want to make sure you're stabilizing your blood sugar level. These protein drinks are it's just a slide that I got, but protein drinks, you can get smoothies from different places that you're out and about. Apples are a super good thing to have. They're easy to carry. They last a while. And then almonds. These are just some ideas. You know what you like, but keeping your blood sugar stable while you're on the road is the key to not pulling over and buying junk food, because these all have such great properties to them. Remember, apples can lower cholesterol, blood pressure, they're fiber rich, aid digestion, and they support a healthy immune system with their vitamin C in there. And almonds are just an awesome plant-based protein. Now, some people said, well, I can't eat almonds. Well, try pepitas. That's a seed. That's a seed. That's a really good one too. But something of that nature. It's not bad to have a fat while you're on the road. You might combine the two as a snack. So cuts and bruises while we are on the road. Ow, that happens. So I found the silver gel to be super helpful. Doesn't have to be this brand. I like this brand. And then also essential silver. I like silver. I've been using this for at least 10 years, and I put it in a spray bottle and I will spray my mask and then also wash my, spray my hands. I love this. It's really helpful. And then sleep. Oh my gosh. So a lot of people can't sleep. I have about 5 minutes, but I've got to tell you a cute story about this product. This is homeopathy again, and it's for simple nervous tension and occasional sleeplessness. But one day I had a new puppy, and this puppy was hyper, little Amy, a little miniature Australian Shepherd. So I gave her some calms, and in like 2 minutes, she just fell asleep. And my former husband, not this cute husband, he said, what did you do to the dog? And I said, well, I gave her a little something. Anyway, she just fell asleep right away. So there you go. I love this because it's safe, and it's not something you'd get addicted to, non-habit forming. And so again, we have another LifeWave product, again, Silent Nights. And this is where Greg has used this particular product. My head hits the pillow. I'm out for the night. But this one is clinically shown to increase the length of sleep by 66%, the quality of the sleep, which he can attest to. And again, no drugs, chemicals, or stimulants. Watch out for getting addicted to sleep pills. This one is safe to use. And then Eon, very similar. This particular product, I love it. Greg loves it. I like to use it in the day. Greg uses it at night. It's for stress and decreasing inflammation. So, and it promotes relaxation. So when we're trying to get sleep at night, trying to rest, this is a good thing. Again, I use it during the day to just deal with everyday stress. No drugs, chemicals, or stimulants. And energy on the opposite end. A lot of people, when you are on the road and you were giving full on to either driving or you're working, you're looking for energy. And this particular product, the LifeWave Energy Enhancer, was originally designed for the Olympic athletes. It's proven to increase energy and endurance, support physical fitness routines, i.e. the athletes. You can find this on Athletes Today. It's easy to use, fast results. It also, this is a very cool thing, can help you raise your metabolism if you're looking to lose weight. A lot of people use it that way. And no drugs, chemicals, or stimulants. This product is a hoot. This product, Emergency, has been around forever, and I used it in the early 90s. I was a mail carrier, or in Canada they call it a postie. And I was getting yeast infections, excuse me guys, but yeast infections because I used so much Gatorade, which did me no good. And once I started using this product, I used to carry mail in 115 degree Fahrenheit for 6 hours at a time. So I love this, but it's also good, I found, for emotional stability. Sometimes if you get all emotional, it was just so helpful. Also, if you felt a cold coming on, I would just take 2 packets at once, and I would never get it. I love this product. There's a lot of other flavors too. Siberian ginseng for energy. And sexual performance. Woohoo! Anyway, the Siberian ginseng, I say, this is a total generality. Women, and panics for men. but women can use the Panax as well, and men can use the Siberian. I like both, and we can have a conversation about all the different types of ginsengs. I think of both very fondly and have used both, especially for energy. Now, relaxing is another thing. When we're trying to relax on the road, oh my gosh, lavender is helpful. Holy basil, on the other hand, would stimulate me if you got tired on the road. Peppermint wake you up. And neroli for emotion. Oh my gosh, I've given away neroli after neroli. So I've just got 1 more minute, so I'm going to run through this really quick. Magnesium, great for calming, muscle cramping, and they help those life wave patches work better. Now, this one you've got all put in your bucket here. This is Rescue Remedy. The pastilles, I always keep these on hand when you get in a stressful situation. Cold and flu, we've got echinacea, elderberry, and the teas are handy dandy when you're traveling. And this is my other most favorite, Oscillococcinum. It's a homeopathic for cold and flu like symptoms. Amazing stuff. And so a list of these products are available as a complimentary download.
And the link is in the comments.
And the link's in the comments. So we thank you so much. And our next guest, Denise Ropp, is coming on. So happy healthy travels, everyone. And here's Denise Ropp with us today. Oh my gosh. Denise, we are so thrilled to have you here today. And you are running the White Cedar Integrated Wellness Clinic. And you're here. Tell us, first of all, I know you're going to share some really juicy information with us on how to stay well. But tell us a little bit about your background of how you got into the wellness industry. Can't
hear. We're not hearing you.
Sorry about that. I got into the industry a long time ago. I was I was a real bit of a health nut. Grew up around folks that used a lot of the products that you have spoken about there, and I went into nursing and I became a registered nurse. My focus really, though, I was a little disillusioned with the whole medical side of things. I couldn't really understand why people got so sick, and thought that there must be a better way. My focus was really on prevention and on health promotion. And I worked for 35 years in occupational health, doing disability case and claims management. And when I left there, I retired from that, so I'm a retired registered nurse, and somehow managed to still stick in the industry by taking up this White Cedar Clinic. And we started off originally as strictly assessment and education for cannabis. So for the people that are having chronic pain, PTSD, those kinds of things, being able to help them. And we found that, hey, lo and behold, it works. And so we also realized that people needed the other things to be able to help them. Really, the cannabis itself, or anything for that matter, is not a panacea. It's not a one and done thing. It is a situation where you need to put together a couple of things, your lifestyle. So, you guys are road warriors and keeping your and you have a different kind of stress than those of us that have our own house. But so we found that adding things like yoga, meditation, and keeping, of course, the traditional medical, because I think we've got lots of opportunities there to be able to help us make better decisions or live another day to be able to make a different decision. And then, of course, it also has, with it being integrated, because my contractors all talk to each other. So we're able to share what might be work for one person that doesn't work for somebody else, and that kind of thing. So that's where I've been for the past long time. I don't really want to go into how long I've been there.
Well, that's amazing. And what I love, Denise, is as a nurse, my mother was a nurse. Everybody was a nurse around me but me. But I leaned into it. I really appreciate a nursing perspective, because you actually have been in the trenches with what the traditional medical, which I appreciate as well.
Mhm.
And then also with, and I don't call it alternative anymore, because it's not the alternative. It can be the way. But I really like your perspective of how do we use both to benefit ourselves the most. And doing the assessment, I've shared with people, they'll be afraid to go. And I go, you have to go to find out what it is so that you can figure out what you need to do, but you get to choose at that point. Not everybody chooses the same thing. One person says, no, I want to do this. Another person says, I want to do that. We can even choose death if we choose to. My mother was in the hospital, and she was a former nurse. She had some pretty major issues going on. She says, I choose not to do anything. Thank you. And I asked my former husband, a veterinarian, I says, well, what does that mean? And he says, 48 hours. And I said, oh my goodness. But that was her choice. And so what I really like is the juiciness of being able to be surrounded, such as yourself, a clinic with clinicians who all have a different perspective. And then if your client chooses and gets assessed, they can say, I choose this, I choose this, I choose this. Now that's healthy to me, to be able to make your own choices. And that's what this whole program is about today, is sharing with people things they may have never have heard of before, because they've always been down one lane. We're opening up all the lanes right now. And
Well,
so, yeah.
The way I describe it is kind of like a padlock. So if you remember back to high school,
Yes.
and they, on the first day of school, they handed you a padlock and they said, here's the combination for it. So you'd sit there and fiddle with it and go right and then back and around. And you had 3 numbers you had to put into that thing, right? And if you do it right, the lock opens. But we're kind of like that ourselves. It's not a one, like I said, it's not a one and done thing. It's a combination of things, and each person has a different combination. So whatever's going to work for you, and what your choice is, how do you want to live? Because, the traditional allopathic medical system works really on focusing on getting rid of a disease, making the symptoms go away.
Mm-hmm.
Just get rid of them. So that's how they come up with medications, and you get prescriptions, and it's, did it take your headache away? Did it take your pain away? And really it's just dealing with the symptom. And then there's the idea, of course, of wellness, which is a different thing. It's your ability to actually pursue a bunch of different activities the way you want to pursue them. So if you wanted, as a quick response, a quick idea here, I spoke once to a group of nurses, and we were doing a back care, and everyone in the room had 25, 30 years of worth of experience, but they had to do this class every year. And so what would happen is I would say to them, okay, what do you want to do when you retire? What is your goal? Do you want to play with grandchildren? You want to go traveling? You want to do gardening? You want to play charades or knit or whatever it happens to be? And they would list all of these things off. And then I'd say, okay, so how are you going to knit if you've got really bad arthritis? How are you going to travel if you've got a walker? How are you going to play with your grandkids? How are you going to go for that walk along the beach? How are you going to do those things? And when we started talking about what their motivations are, what they really want, what their goals were, then they were able to go, so now I need to do something different to be able to get to those goals. So do I have to go out and exercise? Do I have to take different supplements like what you have been talking about? Do I have to have a different mindset? Do I have to understand where I'm going? And that's really lots of the choices that people need to think about when they are wanting to create a much better level of health and wellness in their life.
Mm. So what I'm hearing you say is very profound, because people often don't think they have a choice when they actually do have choices.
Mm.
I like that. When you have a choice, then you feel empowered about your own health. And so let's say someone comes into your clinic, which is on Vancouver Island, is it not? Yeah, in British Columbia. But you're also doing some
we do virtual as well. Yep.
Yeah, around the world.
Virtual. We can go around the world depending on what it is they want. We can go around the world for sure.
So right off the bat, you open that conversation for people to what is it they want and what is it they want to do and what might be stopping them and what they might need help with. And how many types of practitioners do you have there at the clinic?
We have connections with general practitioners, so the normal physician. We have kinesiology, we have yoga therapists, we have specialists in cannabis, both physician and nurse practitioner, and educators that are specialized in it. We have counselors. We have what else? I think that's meditation specialists as well. So we've got a lot of different people that can actually work on those different levels. So if it happens to be, or the different layers of the person. So if we're, and then we have access as well to nutritional sides of things. So if you are looking at the physical body, somebody that's into kinesiology or yoga therapy, that way we can put people through motion, just physical motion. You were built to move. So how are you going to keep moving? How are you going to make sure that you keep moving? Whether that's from, just not exercising or not feeling like you want to go outside, or just a lot of chronic pain, a lot of PTSD. Those kinds of things can really limit your movement. So what do we have to do to actually help you start on a path that goes down that particular route? What kind of nutritional levels are you at? What gets me is we have our diets and we eat our diets, and sometimes we're really hung up on them. So we get this whole diet culture out there, which isn't necessarily healthy. But if you put enough nutrients into your body, it's not going to be as bad if you eat what you're not supposed to. So the ho-hos and ding-dongs that's my kind of saying, but so you could have the ho-ho or ding-dong, you could have a pecan pie or a lemon pie or whatever, but as long as you're getting your nutrients over here during the day, then you are able to actually, your body's able to deal with that yummy goodness of the lemon pie. So that's the next level. But it's also, what do you feed in your brain, right? So how are you getting the right information into your brain that's not making you paranoid? And what do we have to do to help you with that? And so some of that is meditation. Some of that is just chatting about what it is that you do as part of your day. Do you sleep at night? Do you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning? There are some real physiological normal things that wake people up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's okay. As long as you know what they are, you can actually normalize them and go back to sleep. So there's lots of things that can be done just to be able to, once you understand how you function at those different levels, like the whole idea of physical, and then the nutritional, and then the mental focus as well.
Mm-hmm. Denise, what you were just sharing, is that part of the 5 steps to your best health and wellness?
It certainly is. It's one of those steps. Yeah. Yep.
Can you share, was that all 5, or are there more?
No. Oh, no. The first one is that whole idea of setting the goals. So figuring out what it is you want and how motivated you happen to be to get there. Because if you're not motivated, if you don't have a good enough reason to get to do something, you're not going to do it. And quite frankly, if it's for somebody else, like you're going to quit smoking for your partner. It's never going to happen. It's not the motivation just isn't there. It's not going to stick. It needs to be something that you have deep down inside of you that you really want for you, not somebody else. So that's the first thing is number one, that whole idea of the goals and that how motivated are you? And if you need to understand that, I mean, I can help you a little bit with that as well. Then it's coming up with who's going to be on your team. And the way I look at things is you want to make sure you've got say a member of the allopathic, so a regular doctor that you can default to or ask certain things or be able to connect with them, because the allopathic system has got great stuff. It saves us. It's created the ability for people who are diabetics to get to this point. So why not bring them in and see how we might be able to use an allopathic physician to do those kinds of things. But then the next part is, depending on your goals, who's the other types of practitioners and your own interests that you might want to connect with. So a kinesiologist is different than a yoga therapist. They both get a body moving and they both open up joints, but how do you want to get there? Do you want to do it lifting weights and using resistance bands, or do you want to do it with different poses or different ways of working out? And that's another thing that we take into consideration. That would be number two. So number one is goals and motivation. Number two is the team. Number three is really looking at the research and finding out what's really going on for you. And you talked about it a little bit in the previous section here, where you talked about inflammation. That is, if you've got inflammation going on, that's what you got to get a hold of. You've got to wrestle that down to get rid of chronic pain, to get rid of arthritis, to get rid of some of the GI stuff that's going on. So there's a whole lot of different situations that might be happening that you need to take a look at. And that will help come up with, what kind of exercise are you going to do? What kind of movement are you going to do? What kind of nutritional components do you need to put into your body or take out of your diet? Or even adding, do you need to have some more water in your life? What is it that is really going on inside your body at a real physiological level? So it's about figuring out what's happening and also figuring out what's possible. 25 years ago was when they first started to realize they could actually reverse type 2 diabetes. Now we can do it. It can be something that gets done all the time. But 25 years ago, that was like, you're never going to have that happen. You're going to have diabetes for the rest of your life. That's not necessarily true anymore. So what is possible? Is it realistic to actually get rid of certain things? You might be surprised to know how much you could actually get rid of if you were targeted in how you set your goals up, how you were actually setting up your team. You might be surprised at exactly where you're going to get to. And then, of course, the next part is that whole idea of the physical, the nutritional, so bringing all that together. So that was really step 4, and I should have gone back the other way. But so starting with step 1, those goals, 2, the team, 3, the research, 4, figuring out that, putting those things together. And that can use a little bit of help sometimes. So if you've got an advocate that you can work with, it helps too if you've got somebody on your team who is unbiased. So, I know you guys, but Greg's maybe not your best advocate for certain things, Bonnie. And you're not the best for him in certain areas, because there's an emotional tie there. So you've got, like you said, with his poutine therapeutic, It can be, as long as you've got your omegas and your vitamin C's and your vitamin E's and your vitamin B's in there for sure. So it's one of those things where you have to take a look at who can help you, who else can be on that team and be unbiased for you. So, and then ultimately this is all about a journey. It's not and I see it here. People come in here in the clinic and they want that one and done thing. They want that. They want cannabis so that it treats their cancer. I can't say that. Even as a retired medical professional, I can't say that, and my physicians can't say that either. Does it help? Helps in a lot of ways. Does it improve your wellness, your overall quality of life, your ability to continue to do things? 100%. I can say 100%. But as far as cure, that's a different thing. So that's one of those situations that would be a little bit hard to say this is a one-time deal. They ultimately have to keep dealing with the other things that are going on in their life. So it's really a journey. Where do you want that journey to go? How are you willing to travel along on that road? Mm-hmm. My diabetes. Hey, Mark. Yeah, I love Mark. Mark is he's awesome, and his A1C1, his whole diabetes has changed radically over the short time that he's been with us, and I am so pleased. It's and do we know exactly how? There's a lot of speculation as to the exact mechanism, but it's proof, like Mark, that keeps me going on a daily basis. That's for sure.
So Denise, your information resonates with my heart. I mean, I'm telling you, having been in, I called it the natural products industry, sometimes it would scare me what I'd hear out there, what people would claim. And I didn't like that part of it, but I do appreciate educators like yourself that have some credentials behind them, that have I call it common sense of everything. Like at first I was kind of resistant to CBD oil and everything. I'm like, and I've actually never tried it because I'm not in pain, but I don't have any condition I need it for, so I don't take it. I don't take it if I don't need it. But I didn't like the idea of panaceas, as you said, for everything. But I do like information where someone's very educated on it and they can help you see what you don't even know that's out there. And again, choices you can make. We are so blessed in today's age that if I get in knock on wood, if I were to ever be in a car accident or some tragic thing, which I have known people to be in, and a friend of mine just went through, she's still in the hospital, but they saved her. Now I say, now's the time to turn and see how you can become well again. It's traumatic when you go through something sometimes, but we can pick up the pieces and use those, and they're not alternative, they're real medicines.
They are real medicines.
They're real medicines.
Sure.
And when I think about, if you look at the whole world and how do people use different types of modalities around the world, your clinic brings that all together. They're seeing a world of information in one place. When in humankind have we ever been able to do that before?
It's been a long time. Way back, I think Socrates' time was they had the opportunity to go to wellness resorts like they have in several places and throughout the world, but they were able to go for rest and have massages after a broken bone or something, and they were able to be fed well and taken care of and those kinds of things. And that speaks to the real integrated kind of level. I remember connecting with some folks in Germany, and they were a hip replacement facility, But you had hot springs and mineral baths and massages and really good nutrition. And, obviously you're in a beautiful space. Your environment is supportive of where you're at. So that kind of thing, it is available. We just have been here in the North America in particular, we have been so driven down this one line. And we have disempowered ourselves. We've given away our power around our own health choices, our own health and wellness choices. And so we wander off to the doctor expecting them to give us a pill or something to fix us. And that's not ultimately their decision. It's your decision. And there's a whole lot more involved in that decision than just, figuring out which pharmaceutical to take. And as an example of what happens here, I had a lady come in here. She came in for the cannabis and she came back a little while later. She said, it doesn't work. And it doesn't work for everybody. So she said, but you got other stuff here. So what else? You've got some yoga. Maybe yoga is what I need because I do yoga every day. And, maybe that's what I need. And I said, if you do yoga every day, then it's not yoga that you need. You need something else. We look at the kinesiology for you. And so she came in, she did the kinesiology, and after 10 weeks of regular appointments with the kinesiologist, she walked out happy, stronger, and her pain was gone, which is why she came in the first place. So
that's amazing. That is an amazing story.
It's not just one thing. And I talk to people a lot where that's exactly what's going on. They don't necessarily follow a regular path, and sometimes they don't even think about what some of the other options might be.
Right. Well, looking at your website is very exciting because
gorgeous.
It's a gorgeous website, number one, but I just need to see the top, honey. You have wellness, a Sitka studio. Tell me more about what's a Sitka studio.
Sitka is it's like a room in our space, but it's where our yoga and our therapeutic stuff, our meditations take place. So it's a space where people can come in and we do either virtually or physically in the studio, and they can come in and enjoy talking to people and having yoga done. So, yeah.
Wow. And then you do telemedicine.
We have telemedicine. Oops, sorry about that. If you can, yep. So the telemedicine goes across Canada, and they are regular physicians. So if you are anywhere across Canada and you need to have a regular physician to prescribe you your regular medications or connect with you on any level, then that's they can take care of that. So you can have one place where you've got your file, as opposed to all over the place. And telemedicine is the way health care is being delivered now. So that's one of those things that might be of service, especially to the group that you're speaking to when you're traveling around. So
that's a great idea. Owning You, what's that all about?
Owning You is our 12-week transformational program. And it really combines all of what we've got here, puts it into the 12 weeks. So you can have either private or small groups, virtually or in the clinic. And so we do biometrics at the beginning of the 12 weeks. We do them at the end so that we can actually show you that you've changed physically. Your chemistry has changed. Your blood values have changed. Your cholesterol levels have changed. And that's so that you understand what's happened to you over that 12-week period. You really do transform.
That is exciting. We have a friend that's a naturopath down in, I believe, New Mexico. And she was sharing a story. And she said, she's a numbers person, she said. And she says, they don't just pull those
numbers out of their big toe.
Out of the big toe, I don't think she's from.
Yeah.
I think she's from Europe or something. It was just so cute the way she said it.
And she described one of her patients as having one foot in the grave and the other foot on a banana peel.
That's good. Yeah.
Anyway, We had fun with that one, but she said it's about the numbers and being able to track things, and we encourage people too with some of the things that we share about. And then I see something called wisdom. Tell me about that. We got a couple minutes here.
Wisdom is our blogs. So just if they want to get on our website, on our newsletter. So that's the name of our newsletter, is Wisdom.
Awesome. And then let's see here. When you were scrolled down there, I wanted to see there's something at the bottom here. There we go. A little bit further, I think. I might have missed it, but is there anything else you'd like to share with everyone before we ring off here?
You know what? We've got a couple of things. So if folks are interested in actually exploring a little further with how to set up their own integrated program for their own self, how to plan their own health. Next Wednesday, I have a virtual webinar for 3 hours, and we're going to talk about empowering your own wellness, so planning your health. And that is under workshops, I believe.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's regularly $99, and with your folks here today, and if they use the code wellness, that brings them down to 50%. So 45%.
Wow, that's incredible. That was well spent assessment tools. And I just want to thank you so much for sharing about what you do for so many. And we look forward to hearing more in the future. But we appreciate you being on the Healthy, Wealthy Nomads Super Show.
This has been great. Thank you very, very much. Just one other quick thing. If they want to contact me, just go on the website and hit book an appointment, and you'll see it right there.
Awesome. Fabulous. Thank you, Denise. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And we are coming over to our Cheryl Brewster, who we love and adore. Cheryl, the last time we got to see each other, we met out for a coffee out in West Vancouver. But Cheryl and I have known each other for a while now. I've been through her master class and learned some of the amazing things she teaches from the intuitive life. And really, backstory is I have been going out on the online stuff that we do nowadays. And I saw Cheryl's profile and I thought, oh, she's a beautiful woman. Oh, and she looks so interesting. And oh, look at this and this. So I reached out to her, and darned if we hadn't met before in person when I worked for the Unity Spiritual Center in Vancouver. And she had been there, and she said, you worked in the bookstore. And I go, yes, I did. So Cheryl, we have gotten to know, like, and trust you and love you. And you help so many people with learning about their own intuition and how to live a better life and an intuitive life. And you do masterminds. And today, I believe you're going to share some really juicy details on how to stay healthy. So with that, I'm going to introduce Cheryl Brewster from The Intuitive Life.
Thank you, Bonnie and Greg. It's always so much fun to, I want to say, play with you guys. I love what you do. And so let's get started, because today what I'd like to talk about, my topic is the 5 things you must know to keep vitality in your health. So I like to play and have a little bit of fun here. So I'm going to ask everybody to hold up their hand. Hold up the hand to yourself. You'll see I've written all over my hand. So I'm giving you permission today to write all over your hand. So grab a pen, because the first thing you want to remember in building vitality in your, let's start with mental health, okay? Because right now with COVID, with all these changes, and we're feeling like a massive transition we're all going through energetically. The first thing that I invite you to write down on your finger is obstacle, because the obstacle is the gift of the healing that is occurring. So in other words, it's a powerful phrase. The obstacle is the way, the impediment is the path. So that's the first thing we need to remember in terms of maintaining our vitality and really creating the results that we want. And I believe that if we all embrace this attitude a little deeper, that obstacles are here for me, they're here to take me higher, how differently would you be feeling about your life? That feeds vitality. And so we have a mindset shift here of taking obstacles and having them work for us and recognizing where we can perceive obstacles as being in the way or keeping us from our potential or keeping us from our health or wealth or whatever it is. So that's the first thing we have to know. The second thing, and again, drawing up finger number 2, taking your pen and writing on it, is breathe. So when we breathe, we create a pattern interrupt. And when we are in massive transition, when obstacles come our way, it can be scary stuff. It can really, really throw us off. The last thing we remember to do is breathe, and yet it's the most important thing. So let's be interactive here today. Let's create this experience of healing for yourself. So whatever area it is that you're concerned with, whether it's mental health, emotional health, financial health, whatever it is, take a moment to just welcome that issue in. And number 1, if the obstacle is the way, the answer is already here. Now take 3 deep breaths and just breathe into that answer. You don't have to figure it out. You just have to know it's here. So let's just kind of breathe together into this, because you know what? It's easy to talk about it. We need to do it. So 3 breaths. And notice what happens when you actually take the time to check into 3 breaths. If you're like me, you can really feel that. So the relief of knowing that the answer is always here to whatever question I have, it's always here. That brings a sense of relief. And now we're into the ability of trusting ourselves, trusting the process, trusting life. So when we do that, we go into the third thing you must know about keeping vitality in your life, which is joy. And the acronym I have for joy is just open yourself. Research has shown that the one thing that will heal whatever problem we have is our attitude. And yet it's the one thing we can really overlook. So when we have this aspect or this ability to keep coming back to, wait a minute, everything's working for me. The answer is here. We're creating a dialogue within our own healing system. So I call this intuition or inner wisdom or your gut instinct. And the beauty is that as we continue to open into this, we make room for the very things we want. And without that breath, we're not making room for it. So in the work that I do in the Intuitive Business Masterminds, Bonnie, which you participated in, and in the one-on-one coaching I do, this breathing, just 3 breaths, is such a powerful, powerful moment of transition and transformation. Because when we're coming from this place of joy, which is expanded energy, then we have our 5th finger, and I wrote on the back of that, my little pinky, WIP, work in progress. So here's the really important thing to remember in working with health. in any area of our life is that it is a work of progress. It takes time. However, when we know that we are on track by listening to our intuition, we develop this, I want to say, this energy field that can ride the waves of transition and change we're going through. So as we go through the discomfort of life, it's okay. We have a deeper element of trust. We have a deeper element of even turning this around where it can become exciting, which brings us to your thumb, which is, yeah, it's like that. Yes. And so taking your hand is a simple tool. Write on it at the beginning of every day. Use it as a reminder. And what it does is it brings you back to what's most important. It brings you back to being here for yourself. And I believe that we are in an evolutionary shift of consciousness. So in the work that I do with Akashic readings and going into the energy field of where everything in your life is recorded, when we access that, when you take the time to tune into that, you are tapping into the supercomputer of your life. And this is exciting, important, powerful, powerful work. So the beauty of it is that it's absolutely transformative, it's experiential, and it's also so rewarding. It makes that gritty work really, really worth the effort. So those are my 5 tips, and I'll save the last 3 tips closer to the very end. But what I'd love to introduce here with our conversation here today is what happened for you when you took that time for those 3 breaths here today, Bonnie and Greg. I'm curious.
Well, I did get to work with you a bit before, so immediately I went for myself into a relaxation mode immediately. And I think with the practice, these tools that you're giving us, the practice makes it so it's so much more easy to become in focus and in relax. Because I know when we're tense, we're not breathing and we can't think straight. And in fact, for myself, anger will come up sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when I breathe and relax, it's easier to look at an entire situation from a different, higher perspective. So I know it's that daily practice of the breathing. And you taught us something about 17 seconds during that mastermind. And then also the 10 seconds that your life can transform that quickly, just like that. If we actually practice it versus getting into situations and getting upset or angry and unable to control our emotion. This gives that space. It opens the space up to be calmer. For instance, a computer issue was going on for our first guest. And I wasn't worried at all. Greg wasn't worried at all. And she, I know, was struggling, but she's a very calm, she's a psychotherapist. She just kept doing what it took to get back to where she could broadcast from her computer. Now, all of us could have got mad and thrown something across the room and been really angry and really stressed. But I think everybody kept breathing.
We probably would have told bad jokes until she come on.
But I love this, what you're teaching, because many of us were never taught to just breathe.
I know. And, it's the simple things, right? And,
yes.
And so that's why I just love this tip. Okay. At the beginning of your day, write down these tips on your hands, and it's that realization that it's the little things that really, really are the big things. And I was just speaking with some clients in the UK earlier this morning, and it's like, is we can put so much pressure on ourselves these days, especially in the massive change we're in. And let's just slow it down. Let's just come back to center, because that's where our power is. And that's why I believe that joy is our anchor of health. It's our anchor of prosperity. Any way we can do a pattern interrupt that brings in either humor or inspiration, what feeds the soul, the more that we're doing that, the more we're making these really powerful shifts. And so it becomes very exciting because now we have an ability to think clearer, as you said. We're going to make different decisions. And the beauty of this kind of work, whether it's one-on-one or in a group, is that you are you're doing what you were born to do. It's this self-awareness, this self-knowledge. And in the research that I've done, especially as it relates to prosperity and money, because those are part of some courses that are in the works, it's the reminder for all of us that it's not about a particular situation. It's not about the money. It's not about where I'm struggling. What it's about is what's the attitude behind it. Where am I cutting myself off from my joy? So I want to speak to the health element here a little bit because, when life happens and really painful, when people are in a lot of pain, you can't exactly meditate yourself out of pain at times. You can't. It's just too intense. So in those moments, to just, I want to say, just be present as best you can, that this too will pass. And until it does, I'm going to just go with what's here now. And quick story here. I broke my arm Christmas Day last year in the ambulance, had a profound out-of-body experience. And in this experience, in all the pain that I was in, went off into another place and had the experience as if I had died. And what was so interesting about that experience and so life-changing was that at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is how much love I brought to myself, how much love I brought to a situation, or how much love I brought to the people around me. And so I think there's a real call here with the work that you two are up to here, which is to really invite that in your listeners. What's calling you to life? Are you listening? And as you go deeper into your own physical, mental, spiritual, emotional well-being, am I really listening? So this compassion piece, that breath that will slow us down and bring us back to what's essential. So for anyone listening to this today or later, to use the breath, not only to shift gears, but to also begin to visualize what is possible. Because what if the change that you really want is happening? What if it's actually happening, but it's happening in unexpected ways? I didn't think that a broken arm and having a death experience was actually in the timeline for the things I needed to get done at Christmas. But man, was that a life changer. It happened in a way I didn't expect. And I ask the same question for you right now. Whatever it is you're going through, what if this is the change you really wanted and it is happening? So open yourself to receiving that information. And that is what we're all here for. And that is the call to joy. Just open yourself to these amazing possibilities, because that's how we keep the vitality in our lives.
That was juicy. One of the things I know about you, Cheryl, is how you bring joy in is right behind you. Could you put your darling hat on and show everyone?
I was hoping you were going to ask me.
I still have yet to find my perfect hat, but I love this on Cheryl. She brings the joy to life. And I think we often get to become sticks in the mud if we're not careful.
Yeah. So let me tell you a story. In my line of work, synchronicity, meaningful coincidence is a big deal. it's always a sign that you're on track. So when I made the decision to leave corporate, which was a hard decision, I kept saying Captain Morgan rum everywhere. And it was like, yeah, it's the boldness to make the changes that your heart's calling you to. And sometimes that's hard because, where's the security and is this going to be successful? So throughout the years, the pirate has always come into my life, and it really is a symbol for the courage to be the good pirate, to to break the rules, to step out of the confines of conformity and live the creative life you've always wanted to live. And yeah, it's not always convenient and it's not always pleasant, but it's worth it. And it's a real metaphor for life. And again, it's that call to joy. Are you living the depth of your potential? And if you're not, sometimes these pain things happen to kind of wake us up and shake us up. And they get us back to what's most important. And it's a process. It does take time, and it also takes support, which is why I am so so clear that none of us does this work alone. And so when we work either, for example, in the mastermind, the intuitive business masterminds, or whether, for example, and I want to put it out there to everyone, the Angels of Abundance series that I'm conducting right now. When we call on our unseen support, our spiritual teams, things happen. When we create dialogue, not only inside of us, but with the support that we have in the spiritual realms, amazing things happen. We are in alignment with, I want to say, a bigger force at work. So something to have fun and play with from now on, anyone watching this, every time you see a pirate, it's the reminder and in the invitation to you to break the rules of conformity, to go where you've never been before, into the frontiers of your own creativity that's just itching to come out of you, which again is the call to joy. So when we're using humor, inspiration, music, fun, whatever that is, again, when we pay attention to joy, we are 300% times more productive, more creative. And the stats out there in happiness and joy prove that when we have this kind of approach, healing is accelerated. Not only is it accelerated, but the very obstacle that got us into this little pickle becomes, we begin to see that blessing in disguise.
That is so much fun.
Yeah, and I have a comment about this.
Yes.
So in our 16,000 miles between the alligator line and the snow line, almost everybody, every time Bonnie took a photo of me, I would adopt the Captain Morgan pose. So she's got dozens of Captain Morgan poses with me.
So I will have to get him a hat for sure.
Yeah.
I call it your power pose. You know what I love? It's like
very. What's really juicy about what you were just sharing is that, and Denise Ropp from our last guest, I said the same thing. You are offering another perspective and choices. People have choices, and often they feel stuck and they become unwell, literally unwell, because they are beating themselves up, or they're just saying, oh, I have to live this life. But when we live in joy, and then the life looks so different. I actually was in Canada, they call them posties, but down in the US, they call them, I was a mail carrier, even though I was a female carrier. But I worked that job in. The first day I did it, I knew I had to get out of there. So I was taking schooling on the side. I ended up volunteering. And here's something I wanted to share with everyone. We might not get paid for what we want to do for a while, but if we volunteer, it creates opportunities like you can't believe. In this case, I volunteered for a year on my day off from the Postal Service, because it had rotating days, at a health food store, because I thought that was a really interesting store and I love the people and I love the products. At the end of the year, I had hoped I would own a health food store by then. The finances didn't work out. I ended up being invited to become the general manager of that store. Why? Because I'd put, some grunt work in there. I'd learned everything I needed to know to go open my own store. And the woman who I'm still friends with today after almost 40 years, we have this close connection, but I became her general manager. Now, my intuition was, well, I'm volunteering, but I was absorbing and learning and learning and learning. But we had so much fun was the whole thing, is what I'm trying to say. The post office, I did it because I needed to at that moment in time. But when I released it, Cheryl, I've got to tell you, I hear what you're saying about leaving corporate life. You can't believe how many people came to me and said, oh, well, you can't leave the post office. It's the best job ever. I said, good, you go do it then. Because I would work in 115 Fahrenheit and 0 Fahrenheit and the wind blowing and the people complaining and all of this stuff. Yeah. I must say I was in pretty good shape, but I knew it wasn't my calling. Mm-hmm. And when I left that job, it was amazing. And then even then, after about 4 years with Cheryl, I went on to open my own business. And again, it was another leap out. And someone said to me when I moved to Seattle, you're very brave. I said, oh, I'm not brave. I'm scared out of my wits. but the joy factor, what you're sharing, how can that happen? And I must say, going to a mastermind, hanging out with like-minded people mm-hmm. can help that process. Because sometimes literally, maybe some of you haven't felt joy before, or what it feels like to be free and doing your own thing. And, sometimes we don't make a lot of money if we're doing our own thing until we again do that shift, that prosperity mm-hmm. component. And Cheryl's been helping me with that, of how does one become prosperous, all the while having joy in your life. Life is not a tragedy. It doesn't have to be. You can make it that way, but you don't have to make it that way. So to your credit, Cheryl, what are thank you so much for being on the show, but share with us some of the things that, again, are upcoming and that people can join you with the intuitive life and some of the upcoming projects that aren't even in fruition yet, but you're working on them. Share with us a little bit more.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you have the capability to scroll down a bit farther, you'll see where I've got a couple of things posted. So one I'm super excited about all the time, of course, are my intuitive business masterminds. And I do those on a revolving basis. When one finishes, I start another. So those are always in play for the business people out there. That's good. Just if you can just come back up again, Greg. Yeah. So that's my website there. So there's two things I'm really promoting right now, which are number one, the Akashic readings. So I've been doing intuitive readings for many, many years. My client base knows me well. And I've recently introduced Akashic readings, which is going into the supercomputer of your life. And we spend time there and bring out the potentials that are available for you to enhance your life. And prosperity, what is prosperity to you? That's a really important question. So many people think it's all about money. Money's just a part of it. Prosperity is what brings meaning to you, and how much of that meaning, that joy, are you living each day? And so having these components of health and wealth be a part of that. So that is very, very exciting, intriguing work. The gift I have today, or the offering I have, is for anyone who's not experienced a session with me. I have a half-hour complimentary Akashic reading. So we can go into your health, we can go into your business, whatever it is, so that you can have a taste of who I am and how I work, because I'm all about relationship, and I'm also about community. So what I'm also doing is I'm kind of rebranding right now to include more of the community component. So I've created a course called Angels of Abundance, and that too is a revolving series. There's one starting this Monday for anyone who's really keen to get started. So the Angels of Abundance are really exciting because, again, we all have a team of spiritual support that works with us, masters, guides, angels. And to have a relationship with them activates these angels of abundance we have living inside of us. Because abundance and prosperity, whether it's related to health, wealth, it's from the inside out. And given the transition and the challenge that is very, very apparent in the world today, this, I believe, is our next step in our evolution, which is to go inside, tap into everything that's already here. It's already here. But if we're not feeling it, then, that's a little bit of a quandary. So that's where the supportive community is so powerful, because we're creating spaces where we get to experience and share together. So that's what I'm really excited about. And then the intuitive business masterminds, again, as I'm working with people, I'm thinking, okay, you're a good fit here or here or here. So I really welcome people reaching out to me who've not experienced my work to have that complimentary session. And yes, Elizabeth, I love working with Elizabeth. Elizabeth and I are going to collaborate here, just like I am with you, Bonnie and Greg. Elizabeth's a professional organizer. Well, we have had a riot working with intuition, because I'm not exactly the most organized person. So we've been supporting each other, and we both learned so much. It's so exciting when you can take something super painful and turn it around. So that's what my work is about. And I really want to share one last thing before we sign off here, is that I have been through great tragedy in my life. And when I was in the middle of it, you're in shock. You don't know what to do. And from those experiences, what I'm so grateful for is that I had the support people in my life at the time that I really had no idea how much I needed them. It wasn't till later when I recognized, you know what? It's because this one person said that I was able to carry on. Those experiences have touched me profoundly and deeply, which is why I do the work that I do. And I believe that every obstacle does have within it an equal or greater blessing, challenge, blessing, reward. Napoleon Hill, there is an equal or greater benefit to everything that happens.
Thank you, Cheryl. This was incredible. Do take Cheryl up on her offer. Well worth connecting with her just to know her. We appreciate today, and you have just made this an incredible show. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Love the pirate hat.
Love the pirate hat.
We're going to have to get some of our own.
We are.
Ahoy, matey.
Ahoy.
Thanks for having me, you guys.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Take care.
Bye-bye now. You just click off on there.
I don't know how to get out of here.
Hit the red X.
Here we go. Okay, bye.
Bye.
And now we are bringing on our amazing Jackie Ambrow. And Jackie, we've met earlier this year, and we've just had a hoot of a time. We are both, Greg and I, and Jackie and her daughter, are nomads. But in addition, Jackie has her own business, From the Road, Transformation Road Trip. We love that name. It just makes us smile. And Jackie is, I guess it's so incredible. And it's not up here.
Well, okay.
We're going to read it here.
Yes. Let's see here.
She's going to be talking about creating healthy relationships.
Yeah,
but you've got to say it yourself, because it's an anthropologist, but there's more to it than that. Say the whole thing, Jackie, for us.
Yeah, it's confusing for a lot of people, because it's kind of like what I do. It's like what happens when you cross an anthropologist with a hypnotherapist? Is it an anthropologist who makes you cluck like a chicken? No, it's not. I am actually an applied anthropologist and a certified hypnotherapist and an advanced EFT practitioner. And I bring all that together now for my clients, both individuals and groups and businesses, organizations, churches, all kinds of people who want to thrive together and figure out how to make it through this life in a better situation than it has been for a lot of people, especially the last 20 months. So I am probably the world's first hypnotherapeutic anthropologist. And that's a field I made up because it's what fits. I'm working with conscious ideas and thoughts and culture and language. And I'm working with the subconscious as well, because that's actually where all of our automatic behavior lives. And I was listening in on your guest earlier and thinking, wow, I should have gotten my pirate hat out too, because but I think it might be in storage. I think my pirate hat is not here anymore, but I love that. And what I wanted to tell you is that this time period that we're in, it's kind of like we are out on the seas being tossed about, and no one can predict what's going to happen next. Isn't it great?
Yes.
Yeah. I think you do have an anthropologist hat handy.
I do. I didn't have it handy, but if you want, I'll get it.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be fun. So what's really fun about Jackie and ourselves, we are on Thursdays. We are on the Happy Neighborhood Project Nomad version. So we do connecting with people in this Happy Neighborhood Project, and it's just a hoot. If you're in business, either on the road or at home, it's a great way to network online. And it was started by a gentleman, and we can share a little bit more about it later, because here comes Jackie in her anthropologist hat. I'm loving this. This is so cute. Here we go. Oh my gosh, is that? Raiders of the Lost Ark. We are there.
That's my safari hat, because, you got to have something. And actually, I wear this all the time to go outside and do things because it's vented. Isn't that great?
Yes. Oh, I love it.
In Florida, where we have been for the last couple of years, having something that stays away from your head lets the moistness of the air still circulate.
I actually wore a hat like that, Jackie, in the Mojave Desert as well, as a mail carrier.
Fantastic. Comfortable and practical. So, but to get onto the subject of the day.
Tell us more.
Well, we are seeing in the news all these people, airlines, grocery stores, road rage, people, grown-ups acting up. And I don't know about you, but seeing that in the news, I'm like, why is that? And why are people doing that? But if we look around, we are getting triggered too. A lot of times things happen. Like, I was getting ready to be on here, and I was trying to get this website, this page built that is going to be the special offer for everyone here at Healthy Wealthy Nomads SuperShow. And I just couldn't get it done. My dog's sick and different things happen. And I was like, I'm not going to get it done. So maybe it'll be tomorrow. But that was an opportunity for me to either get upset and be triggered by, I can't get this done, and I have to be on the show here. I'm late, and we can get ourselves really stirred up, and then our stuff really comes up. The beliefs that we have about ourselves, like, am I not good enough? How come I have got myself in this position? Why couldn't I get this done more easily and quickly? And why am I looking at being late? And I could get really triggered over what that means about me. And that's one of the things I want to talk with you. I sent an image to Greg to put up when we get to this point. Well, that's not it. There you go. Excellent. So I understand that we have these stories. There's the facts, the what is, and this Venn diagram is really useful when we're talking about teasing out what it is that we're getting upset about, because the what is all the facts, the the fact is that I had this guest spot with you guys today. The fact is my dog's sick. The fact is that I still don't know all of the things I need to know to easily, quickly build a new website page with new features that I haven't used before, like coupon codes. So those are facts. And yet I could have all kinds of stories about those facts. And the truth is, we all make up stories about the facts, the what is, all the time. The mind is a very busy little thing, and it makes up stories because the mind is always interpreting everything in terms of what this means for me, and what does this mean about me. And when I look at what this means about me, then I'm making up all kinds of things that aren't really facts. They're beliefs, they're thoughts, they're feelings. And it's a fact that I have beliefs and thoughts and feelings, but my interpretation of who I am and what it means for these things that come up changes my experience completely. My experience is dependent on what my story is about what's happened. And so if I think about all the things that could have stopped me from being on time enough to be on the show, or to not have this offer that's ready to go, and worried about the dog and all that, if I let all that mean something negative about myself, or if my own insecurities and fears come up, my own judgments about myself come up, then that is an opportunity for me to look at, what do I still need to acknowledge, heal, and release in me? Because the story that I tell myself isn't a story necessarily that I created all by myself, me, myself, and I. A lot of times these stories are stories that were handed to us when we were kids. And the story that we tell ourselves can be empowering, in which case, I'm the kid wearing the super hero costume, and I've got a cape, and I can take on the world. And we actually played superheroes as kids. I don't know if you guys did. Bonnie, Greg, did you guys play superheroes? You're muted. Uh-oh.
I was a little bit weird though, Jackie. I thought I was a horse. And so I put and
I've been a horse before.
And he's been a horse, but I put a scarf for a tail, and I would put a little string for my bridle, and I would run around the yard and leap over the rose bushes, literally. I just really thought I was a horse. And later I did get horses, but I was a little nutso that way. And I would try to herd all the other children in the neighborhood around, and they didn't like that too much.
Imagine that.
Oh my gosh, you just brought up a memory that makes me smile.
Well, it's funny, and maybe that's why we are such fast friends, because I was a horse too. Can you imagine?
You were too.
I loved horses. And well, so the thing is that when we come up with our own stories that are empowering, those are great. We don't need to do anything about those. Why not have empowering stories? They make us feel good. They give us all the energy and the life and the freedom and the joy that we might want to have in our lives. But there are stories that we tell ourselves, often that we've been handed through young childhood. It could be just an offhanded adult who made a comment that just cut us to the quick. Or it could be the stories we absorbed with people around us having limited ideas about what was possible for us out of their fear and their wish to protect us, or what was possible for them. And we just kind of took that on as, wow, if the most powerful people in my life, my parents, my teachers, other people in my life, my big brother, whatever, if those people have these beliefs, then they must be true, because they love
that.
me.
And you just triggered something for me just mentioning that. I met my boy. I was 16. I met my boyfriend at 17, and his mother, who, bless her heart, she lived in 98 till just 2 months ago, and I loved her dearly. I loved her right from the beginning, but I, for some reason, had the inclination to play the violin, and I was already 16. But And she said, that's very difficult. It's very hard, And I took it to heart, like, well, I can't play it because it's very difficult and very hard. And what you're saying is, in relationship, if we put a lot of importance on someone else's words and not know ourselves well enough, which I didn't at the time, it can stop us from doing some really wonderful things in our life.
Well, consider this. The way our minds work, children up until about the age of 8 or 9 are just little sponges. And as children, what we do is we take in everything and we take it in at face value. There's no critical mind functioning to filter out the things that don't belong in a child younger than 8 or 9 years old. And even at 8 and 9, we're still highly influenced by all the people around us who are important to us. And by the time you're 16, when that happened for you with the violin, that you were still very young and you were still very impressionable by people who were important to you. In fact, that doesn't stop. Even as adults, we can have people say things like, I have a friend who is a very successful coach and trainer, and she'd be a great guest here on the Healthy, Wealthy Nomads SuperShow. I'll tell you that she said something to me about what activities I should be doing for my business. And my inner guidance had been saying, do these things. And one of those was including having our YouTube channel continue to produce content. And she said, oh, just you need to stop doing that and just go work on calling through your whole list and see who might want to go back to doing hypnotherapy with you. And I let that stop us from doing video production for a really long time. And I realized that, wow, I gave more credence to her words and what she thought I should do as a business coach, sort of, than I did my own inner guidance system. Mm-hmm. And if we are relying on that good inner prompting, the guidance system that's within us, especially if we already have a prayer life, we already have a meditation life, we already are in touch in accessing that intuitive part of us, then if we let somebody else influence us to the point where we're afraid to do what our good inner guidance says to do, then game over. But it's a good lesson. So when it happens, judging ourselves for letting it happen doesn't help. Like in this case, I started to think to myself, well, I know all this stuff. I teach this stuff. Why did I let her tell me what I should be doing when the good inner guidance I was getting, that felt expansive? And in fact, doing the thing where I was trying to focus on, getting back in touch with old contacts and whatnot, did not feel as expansive. Why? Because I know from experience, I've been in practice as a certified hypnotherapist for 13 years. I know from experience that my clients, when they're done, typically they really got everything that they wanted and needed. And it could be many years in between if they come back. Just so happens I've recently had some people say, I worked with you years ago and it really did me a lot of good and it's been too long. Can I come back? I'm like, yeah. But typically that's not what happens. I get new people in. I work with them for a period of time, usually, a few sessions to less than a year, most cases. And we knock out everything on their laundry list of their goals one by one. And then we're done. And that's great. And they're usually raving fans for years after, but they don't really need my services again for the most things. So it was interesting for me to have this story about, well, I must not know, but I did know, and I'm following that inner prompting again, and things are really rolling. You can feel the energy shift. You can feel the movement towards more success, health, and happiness when you're in that mode of listening to your inner guidance and following it. So I want to share something really important that you guys already know, but maybe some folks in the audience don't. A lot of people ask me, well, how do I know what my good inner guidance is? How do I know what my good inner promptings are? Or how do I know anything? And here's the deal, is that your mind can make up a list of pros and cons, and you can look at that logically and rationally and look at what's obvious there. But your inner promptings, your good inner guidance may say, no, do this other thing. And here's how you tell the difference between whether it's a good inner prompting that you really should follow and whether it's just maybe a fear that's disguised as, I know better than that. I'm going to do this other thing because what if all this other stuff goes bad? Or, there's a way to tell. And that is the options that you imagine happening. Just, take some time, go within and imagine what would happen if I'm in this choice. I'm in this choice now. I'm doing this thing that I could do. And then see how you feel. If you feel contracted and diminished, it's probably not the right choice. If you feel expanded, a sense of expansion, joy, peace, maybe a little butterflies, a little nervousness because it's exciting and new and unknown. In all those cases, you can still know that if it feels expansive, then you're going in the right direction. One of the things that Martin Luther King Jr. said was that you don't have to see the whole staircase to take the first step. And a lot of us want to figure out entirely what's in front of us, and we want to go know it all, know how it's supposed to go, what it's supposed to look like, and what all the steps are, and what's going to happen before we're willing to even take the first step. And yet that's not how life is. So,
Jackie, that was absolutely profound. Because
just keep on talking.
I'll just keep on talking. That one tip alone for anyone listening to today: are you expanded or contracted? Mm-hmm. And I wish I had known that 20 years ago. For several reasons, things happened, and I didn't know to ask that question.
And I also want to add something. I think sometimes you were mentioning logic. People get stuck with this or that, and often the answer is this and that. And you can, because there are reasons for doing both of those things, and you could have come up with a balance where you did 70% the YouTube thing and 30% calling your best client. So I think, sometimes it's an artificial distinction when people make a choice when it's not really a choice. It's an and.
Right, exactly. That is also true, and that's part of feeling our way forward, and not just using our logic and our mental capacities, because a lot of times that is a limited way of thinking. If we're using our whole being, our whole presence, all the levels, mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual, we're putting all that together, we get much better results because we are whole beings. We are not just separate in each of those levels, and we're not just our mind. Now, I wanted to make sure that we covered that little thing a little bit, that image that you had up there, Greg. Okay. Put it back up. I want to illustrate something because I know our time is limited. So the what is, we talked about being the facts. You could videotape them, audio tape them, record them, measure them. Those are facts. And then our minds make up these stories about what is to protect us. The mind's job is to structure, organize, and predict everything that happens. Why? Simply to protect us. And so it comes up with whatever story is what it can get to fit with what is now known and what has been known in the past. So if somebody said, well, violin's too hard, you can't play that. Or in my case, my brother told me I couldn't write music. And I didn't for years and years, and I probably should have been. So the thing is that we tell these stories, but the disempowering ones are the ones we need to get rid of. And where we get stuck is when we think our story is what is. When we have an interpretation about something that is a fact, but then we treat our story about it, our interpretation about it, as if it's true, and we act and behave and think and feel from that place, we're stuck. And that's often how we get stuck in an emotion, because we have a feeling that was based on a reaction that came from a story, an interpretation about what is. And then we stay stuck in that feeling because we keep telling ourselves the same story over and over again. We keep reinforcing the feeling by repeating the story that we've made up. But who's made up the story? Mm-hmm. Who's the author? Well, you did. Or else you took on the story and decided it was yours. So who can change the story? You can. And the other thing about triggering, this is important. When we get triggered, it is about dealing with something that we're afraid we can't handle, or we didn't handle well in the past, and it is an anxiety reaction. So anger and upset and all kinds of the emotions we don't much enjoy having, those come from a story we tell ourselves, first of all. But the stories are predictable. It's how the mind organizes everything so that we can at least know what to expect, even if we don't like it. The mind prefers to stay with things it knows. It hates unknowns. So it is really true. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't, as far as the mind's concerned. And the mind will do what it needs to defend against the unknown. So when there's a lot of unknowns, like in today's world, people have been living with that, and physiologically it changes the brain, which we don't have time to talk about right now, but it does put us in a state where we're more easily overwhelmed, more easily triggered, and more stuff comes up. And the stuff I'm talking about are these stories. So when you're triggered, breathe. And remember that diagram. And ask yourself, is this thought I'm having really true? This thought that's causing the feeling I'm having, is this thought really mine? Did I originate it? And where did I get this belief or this thought? And then when you see someone else triggered, notice that it is the same thing happening for them. Whatever is coming up comes up because we're ready to acknowledge, heal, and release it. And we don't get triggered unless we're ready to deal with whatever it is that has come up. So when it comes up, breathe. Be skeptical about your own story and where it came from and whether it serves you. And if it's not true and it's not empowering, change your story. And if the people around you are triggered, then love them. Because what is really happening is that they're just asking for more love.
This has been so profound. You know, Jackie, as we get to know each other each time we meet, I see the layers and the layers and the layers beneath you, and I love you even more. I would like for everyone to know how to get a hold of you, or the best way to get a hold of you. And I know things are changing for you, but at this moment in time, here we are on your website, and you have courses, you have a blog, you have a video there, and some very fun things, the applied science counseling, consulting, hypnotherapy, and advanced EFT. And if there's any one thing you'd like to share with our audience here, what would you like to say that you'd like to invite them to right now?
Well, I would imagine for this audience, most people are going to be more interested in individual or small group work, or in the communities that they're in, or their families. So I would recommend looking at the hypnotherapy and advanced EFT, which right now, today that we're filming, that we're live, those links are not working yet, but they will be in the next few days. This is what I'm actually spending all my time on, is revising the website. And so I offer a free initial consultation. So you can do that for free. You get 90 minutes with me on the phone, and it works. And that's why we do it over the phone, is to prove to you that it works. So that's for everybody, whether you're watching the Healthy, Wealthy Nomad Super Show or not. But I do have in the works a special offer, because there's another option. We made a course called Relationships for Conscious Living. And that link isn't live yet. But when it goes live, you will be able to enroll in our course at an extra 25% off. And this course has close to 40 hours of material in it. We did this live in person in one series, and we did an audio recording of it. And then we did it through Zoom, virtually with a group, and we did video of that. And then we created this course that you can actually take at your own pace. It drips one module a week. It's a deep, deep dive into everything, starting with the basics, of communication and how to not take things personally, and moving all the way through subconscious relationship behavior up to spiritual partnership. And
fabulous.
So that course is one that you can take either as a group. We're going to offer it live again soon. That's in the works right now, planning to do that live. So if you want to do it live, you can be in the course and do the live course and get both even.
So the best way right at this moment, if they do go to your website, is to sign up for your blog or email you, I take it, and stay in contact with you. And we just so appreciate you being on the show today, Jackie. It's been a pleasure. I've learned a lot listening today, and I'm sure our audience will too. So thank you again for being on the Healthy, Wealthy Nomad Super Show today. And we look forward to seeing you on Thursday. That's tomorrow.
Right, tomorrow. Project Nomads.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And we
hang out with some fun people here.
Yeah, I do want to say that Greg and Bonnie, you two are two of my favoriteest people that I have met in the last few years. And Xochitl and I both, my daughter is Xochitl, for those who don't know. She's also my best friend and business partner. We really resonate very much with both of you. And we just want you to know that we'll come back and be a guest together separately, and or anytime. Just let us know.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you again. Our Julie Blue is our next guest, and she's coming right up. So there you go. There you go. That's so cute.
I'm out of here.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And then pop, there goes Julie.
Julie Blue, we're so glad to have you here today.
Hi, Bonnie and Greg. Just sending the dogs out of the room so we don't have an unexpected dog choir.
Yeah, there we go.
So you two have some history.
Yeah, we do.
We do, don't we, Greg? What's our history?
So I met you at one of my neighbor's parties. What was that, 25 years ago? I don't know. It's a long time ago. And I asked, I was told, I was introduced to you, and somebody said that you were a composer and a singer, and you gave vocal lessons. So I asked if I could take vocal lessons, singing lessons, and you said, "Oh, I've got something better. Come join the choir." So I joined the Singspiration Singers, and I think I was in that for 12 years or something. Yeah, and yes, so it was great fun. I've got lots of video of the concerts and various performances on my YouTube channel, and we had a lot of great fun.
What was the best part? I'm interviewing you. What was the best? What was the best part of the choir for you? I think it was the first choir you were in, right?
Yeah, it was.
What was the best part?
Well, for one, my family, all my relatives, all my family figures, we were genetically incapable of singing. So just being able to sing and get up, and also, the fact that the ratio of men to women was about 90 to 10 was, I like that.
Bonus.
Bonus. And yeah, and we put on some really great concerts over the years, and virtually everybody at the end of the night, people were up and singing and dancing, and a good time was had by all.
It's true. Yeah.
So Julie, you help people bring light through music. And I'm fascinated too, because I had a PTSD experience in a choir when I was 12, and I did not sing much. So I'm so curious of, how does this happen? How do you help people bring light into their life by singing?
Well, thanks for asking me that question, Bonnie. It's really a launching board. I very much enjoyed listening to Jackie speak. And she brought up this idea of your experience plus your belief meeting somewhere where you decide that that's how something is. And I can really relate to that model, in that how I help other people is by creating scenarios where, like in the choir, where you start having too much fun singing to remember that someone told you couldn't, or that you had some sort of a situation with it that felt bad or uncomfortable to you. And, there's a lot of different ways to deal with our beliefs about things. I offered the choir for many years, 25 years, in fact. And what I learned from doing that was that, when you put people together and you create an environment, which is what I did for all those years, where people are encouraged to relax. We did lots of warm-ups and sang lots of songs without having to look at music. I taught by ear. That thing happened. And that thing, interestingly enough, is something that I've seen over my years of traveling around the planet. Most recently, just before COVID, I spent a couple of months in South Africa, and I was brought there to be part of a concert, and then toured with this wonderful woman, Lina Mushlope, to the different townships. And what I saw over and over again was that singing and movement and music are simply part of the culture. To speak is not different than to sing. It's just a question of what you're comfortable with. So part of it is creating scenarios where you can get comfortable, where you can relax into your body. And as I've deepened my own practice with music, I have all kinds of experience with touring and playing with people, and with creating and composing my own music for film and for a variety of CDs, a whole bunch of projects, is that when you're connected to your own authentic creative expression, I call it being hooked up to the creation station, that too takes you out of your mind and into your heart, into your gut, into your feet, into your knees, and you start to express from your body what your authentic sound is. And again, no matter if you're feeling scared or that you can't, somehow you forget about that as you let the energy of expression and creativity come through. And so I've created all kinds of tools, from hypnosis tracks to warm-ups, to meditations, to chants, to create that experience where you forget to be anxious, you forget to be afraid, you literally get taken away from any old story that says, I'm anything other than perfect as I am now, and I don't need to compare with anybody else. It's all about me being in the moment, breathing, expanding my belly, releasing my jaw, and out comes my sound. So I think that there's really three elements. And the first is being where you're comfortable. So that's one of my superpowers is, you know, for me, being vulnerable and authentic enough to give permission to other people to show up right where you are. You're not trying to fake anything, so you get comfortable. The second is having tools and practices that you don't need a specific other person. I've never set out to be some guru. What I'm most interested is empowering people with training and practices so that you can access that state yourself. And the third really is the power of music itself. You know, from the beginning of time, as we look at different cultures, there's been gatherings where there's movement and breath and this idea of entrainment, of connecting together through a common rhythm, through a common focus, whether it's around a fire or around an altar or around a church or whatever the language is. It's a way that we innately come together as humans to remember who we are, to remember our, first of all, primal connection to ourselves through our breath, our essential connection to family and community, through our harmonization, and our connection to the divine, whatever you call it, through coming together with a common focus, whatever that is.
Yeah, that's great. I have a little story. I ended up quoting one of your songs recently. Somebody posted and says, if you went back to your 18-year-old self and had 3 words, what would it be? And it was your song, Believe in Yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's really, and also the other thing, creating a safe space. There was somebody I know very well, and she actually signed up to join this, Michelle. And I think you said she was very shy and hung out in the back of the room for a couple of years, and now she's been a professional singer in her own right, and has had her own shows really, and you know, you facilitated that.
Yeah. I see actually many people over the course of the years, because, you know, I've done different things with this calling, and I've seen many people basically use the teachings and the safe space or the connection with me. I've been working online since COVID. Just the live gathering hasn't felt safe to do. To find their own direct hookup and connection, and to express their own gifts. And that goes from our friend Michelle, who stepped out to be a professional singer. And it was just a question of confidence and belief, to other people that I'm thinking of who left abusive relationships. I'm thinking of a couple other women who, you know, marched in and asked for that raise they were so deserving of. Or who found the presence and the confidence to put up really clear boundaries with their teenage children who were being abusive to them. I think that, you know, when I talk about bringing light through music, I think if we were to take a moment and go, well, what the heck are you talking about? What do you mean light? You know, I would invite you to think of, well, what does light mean for you? For me, light is the light of truth, the light of authenticity. You know, when we talk about lightening up, more joy, more ease, just something that feels real and authentic and like the sun, you know, rises, so that we can move through some of the darkest times and the hardest times by having this music and this expression with us. And we're able to be authentic and truthful about who we are.
Yes.
So what I'm just in awe right here.
Yeah.
I came with Greg and we did video of one of the choirs, and what I saw was so much joy. And I think that that's the one thing that you're bringing to the world is joy with your music. Your website says bringing light through music, empower your voice. But I am also seeing that the joy that you're bringing to the world is so important. Of course, the song Joy to the World. And I think that for myself is, for me is driving down the road with the windows down, and then you're driving along and you're singing your heart out because no one could hear you, right? and the endorphins that are created. So the health aspect to this is profound for people, to have the endorphins raised up through singing. And what you're helping people is opening that, as you said, holding space for them to bring up the best in themselves. And then suddenly they realize, well, I'm doing this here, but that is helping me in another part of my life.
Yeah. Well, it's Bonnie, though we don't know each other very well, it's clear to me that one of your definitions of light would be joy, because you bring through such an authentic joy, right? Is that right, Greg? Did you pick a joyful one?
I'm a happy camper for sure.
Yeah, Greg and I have known each other a long time, and it's been wonderful watching the two of you connect and seeing what you create. And I think that is a whole show right there, is how do we access our authentic joy, especially when there's all kinds of stressors and, all kinds of griefs. And, when I look at, so if, that question, well, okay, so address, why does singing help us access our authentic joy? So from a physiological aspect, the way that I teach, though I've got degrees in music and have studied with all kinds of people, including an opera teacher, I don't teach from a perspective that says, well, I know how to do it and you don't. I more teach from a perspective that says the truth of your expression is already in your body, and I'm going to show up and remind you of that. And what I'm really talking about is that when you're born as a little baby, and then you think about how does a baby's belly move when you breathe? There's an expansion, and that's our birthright, is that we breathe with an expanded belly. The other thing that the baby's doing is when the baby cries, you see a release in the jaw. Wah! And this release is the key. When you listen to people who are locked up at you can hear what they're saying, but you can't feel what they're saying. So we return to this idea of authentic expression. It means you can't pretend all the time. It means that if someone says that you care about, says, how are you? And you breathe from your belly and you drop your jaw, you might tell the truth about that. You might be real about that. And so I've seen people in my Radiant Heart Song Circle groups, which is what I've been doing for the last 5 years, and throughout the years in the choir and as private vocal students, surprise themselves by starting to cry. And for me, it's when you, however you let it out. I think Joni Mitchell has some of the best lyrics. So when she says, laughing and crying, it's all of the same release. Because when we let out what we're holding, there's room for more. So for years I'd been doing this and watching how not only did people seem to become more joyful, but people kind of fell in love with each other. And why would that happen? And there is that element of coming out from behind the mask and showing your real self. So people start to feel safe with each other. And I think the other aspect, if we look at purely from a physiological, biological aspect, is all kinds of scientific tests have been done. And I can show you, my notes on here's where would be a great place to bring up a screen, but we don't care. On both Harvard and Yale had independent studies and showing that when people sing, cortisol goes down, which is the stress hormone, and adrenaline goes down. So literally in your body, this is relaxing. And what goes up is serotonin, which is that happy hormone in your brain, and dopamine, and also oxytocin. And oxytocin is that bonding hormone that happens with mom and baby through nursing and through hearing the mom's heartbeat and the mom's voice. So it became no surprise, and it continues to happen, that people recognize their soul family and kind of fall in love with them, see a real spirit, and find lifelong friends. And I love that part, because I don't believe we were designed to, make it on our own in this crazy, beautiful planet. We need to have our home team with us, and people who we can really show our authentic self to.
That's fabulous. Do you want to play some of the videos that you suggested?
Yeah, it's just on the tip of my tongue since you mentioned that song, Believe in Yourself. I just wanted to say briefly where that song came from. Is that okay?
Yes.
So one of the other things that I've done as well, that, I do as well as I love to inspire other people to their voice and to finding that authentic voice, as we've been talking about. But I'm also a singer and a composer in my own right, and have done that for many, many years. And I had the privilege of writing music for a PBS documentary called Moving Man-Made Mountains. There's a tongue twister for you. And I met this man named Pete Friesen, and I met him when he was 80. And he holds the 3 Guinness Book of World Records for moving the largest structures on the planet. And this documentary was about him and how he designed the technology to move these large structures, like the Newark, New Jersey airport, and huge, the Gem Theater in Detroit, huge structures. But really the documentary, why he wanted to make it, was because he wanted to send a message. And I guess this is why I wanted to just speak the story a little bit, since Greg chose that song. He wanted to send the message that if you visualize something and you think it through and you believe in yourself, you can create anything in the world. So I wrote a theme song as well as did the post score for this documentary. And I took a lot of Pete Friesen's words of visualize, think it through, believe in yourself, and wrote this song. And I knew him until he was 87, and he was still working. I think he died a couple years after that. And so I just wanted to say that those words were inspired by him, and what a wonderful man he was. And that thought, that message that he brought forward, I think is so important, because he could move these huge structures to within a quarter of an inch of where he said he would move them by visualizing it. So part of the way that I work, and, it's not just about singing. Singing is the vehicle. It's about expressing who you are in the world. So whether you're a speaker or a storyteller or a teacher or a parent or in a relationship or whatever it is you do, your voice is this powerful key that expresses who you are to the world. So by opening up and doing something like singing, whether you're good at it or not, opens up this whole stream of expressing more of you in the world and letting go of any old beliefs that are in your way. So I just wanted to bring in this dear friend, Pete Friesen, who brought those believe in yourself words.
That's
and I remember you sang that song, Greg. Remember?
I did. Yeah, I did. It was a stretch for me, but I did. Yeah. So we don't have that teed up, but we have some other.
Oh no, you wanted to play something else. Yeah. Gosh, what should we play?
I was thinking water.
Sure. Okay. Well, so I directed this big choir, and there was between 50 and 75 people for 25 years, and then I kind of completed with it, and I wanted to do something where I wasn't necessarily pushing people through to a performance level, where I was going deeper to using singing and music and chanting to the more profound level of healing. And my creative muse told me to work with women. So I started something called Radiant Heart Song Circle. And this song, Water Blessings, is one of the ones that I was inspired to create. You'll hear, I took an old traditional melody that just came in and I added some parts to it. And it's about women as being the water keepers in traditional cultures and blessing the waters.
We all come from water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain flowing to the ocean. We all come from water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain flowing to the ocean. We are keepers of the water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain of the water flowing to the ocean. We are keepers of the water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain of the water flowing to the ocean. We are keepers of the water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain of the water flowing to the ocean. We are keepers of the water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain of the water flowing to the ocean. We send blessings to the water. Thank you, water, for the gift of life. We send blessings to the water. Thank you, water, for the gift of blessings to the water. Thank you, water, for the gift of blessings to the water. Thank you, water, for the gift of blessings to the water. Thank you, water, for the gift of blessings to the water. Thank you, water, for the gift of life. We are keepers of the water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain of the water flowing to the ocean. We are keepers of the water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain of the water flowing to the ocean. We are keepers of the water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain of the water flowing to the ocean. We are keepers of the water, and water we shall remain, like a drop of rain of the water flowing to the ocean. We send blessings to the water. Thank you, water, for the gift of life.
That's beautiful.
That gave me the chills.
And I think we should put a shout out for the Xenia Retreat Center on Bowen Island.
Yeah, that wasn't shot at Xenia, but we should.
There.
But we should put a shout out for Xenia on Bowen Island anyways, because our good friend Angeline. That's her retreat center, and she's just been a friend for so many years, and I love her and love her vision. And one of the things I love to do is go on retreat. And there's Song Quests retreats where you have time in nature and time to melt any disbelief that you can create your own music. And people come up with their most wonderful songs. So this was shot actually on the Sunshine Coast. And it was part of a Song Quest retreat. And we're going to be going at the end of June 2022 to Xenia to do a Song Quest retreat. And everyone who wants to open their voice and let go of any old stories that I can't or it's not good enough is welcome to come. It's magical.
Oh, this has been so enjoyable learning about what you do, Julie Blue. And by the name, I just love that name. And what would you like to invite our listeners today and in future that hear this broadcast? What would you like to share with them and invite them to learn more about you through your website and any of the programs you're doing?
Sure. Thank you so much, Bonnie. Well, I would first of all invite you to take that breath into your belly. Just expand it and let it go with a and for a moment, send in the thought forms that my voice, and this is your voice, these are our voices, is beautiful and is authentic and is perfect as it is. And also that you're not stuck with the voice you were born with. You can develop it like you can develop anything. And it's my pleasure and my honor to help you do that, and help you do that in a way that's not only safe and respectful, but that's juicy and fun. They don't call me the voice whisperer for nothing. So you can go to my site, and right away there's things, lots of really great free things there that you can just start this process of learning about authentic voice activation, which is my technique to help you remember who you are and who your voice is. And you can find that there. I need to change dates because it's been a whole deal, this COVID thing and vaccine things, because I was going to start live, but soon you'll see that I'm going to do my online courses again, and they're super juicy and they're live. Also, I do have an incredible evergreen online course called Empower Your Voice. And if you're someone who wants to do more speaking and more presenting and use your voice more, that's something that you can own. And it comes with so many great hypnosis tracks and things to practice. And basically it's a one-stop. I'm going to change my belief about my voice and have something to practice. So that Empower Your Voice is right in the middle. And you can find out about the Radiant Heart Song Circle online. Also, I love, as Greg will tell you, I love to have adventures, and people have brought me all over the planet. As I said, my last major trip was to South Africa, and oh man, that was incredible. So I come to
Haida.
What's that?
Even Haida, the Edge of the World Festival.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I come and perform at lots of different festivals. The other thing you can see on my site is I've put up a recent release called Medicine Music. And that's under music. You can go to that under music. And Medicine Music is a series of 14 chants that are life-changing, powerful chants that you can chant along with or you can listen to. And they're both, there's a lot of half of them are traditional Sanskrit chants that I have arranged and recorded, and half of them are original chants, and they're life-changing. There's some really powerful ones that people have used to help people transition as they're dying. They've used on repeat and during births, and these are chants that literally help you change and release on a cellular level, whether it's to come back to self-love or to create more forgiveness. And you can hear the chants, you can hear, a minute or two of them. They also come with a really beautiful art card, and the benefit of why you'd want to use that chant. So I feel like I'm sending these angels out to the world when I share these chants, and many facilitators use them as part of their groups. And so I invite you to check those out right away. And sign up on my list, and I'll keep in touch with you. I'm not a hard sell on anything, so you don't have to worry about that. But I will share with you what's coming up, and as we open up to having more live gatherings, I will start to do the live song circles again. But in the meantime, to do the online circles with me are really powerful, because I will teach you these chants and how to use them. I'll give you a real solid basis of vocal technique and how to practice. And if you just want something to practice on your own, check out the Empower Your Voice. And I think that's got about 60 videos of me breaking things down. And the most important thing to me is, many of us are having really challenging times. And so I'm showing up, if you're watching this, to say, don't forget what a powerful tool music is to bring light in. And whether you're listening to it or you're dancing to it or you just let yourself sing out to it. And if you want some assistance to clear some of the old beliefs about your voice, or you want some really world-class vocal coaching, along with a whole bunch of really cool things to sing, I'll provide you with all of that. And let's sing together. I want to thank you, Greg and Bonnie, for having me on the Healthy, Wealthy Nomads
Super Show.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, well, we are so appreciative of you being on here. Our goal today was to share with people some different ways and modalities of staying healthy, and which health is wealth. And we aspire that for everyone that we meet. Again, we're in our 60s, going on 16. That's our goal. And by using music, it absolutely can bring another level of joy into your life. And we so appreciate you being on today.
My pleasure. And again, I'm just, we all go through transitions, and some of them are hard, and some of them are downright painful as we lose some of the people that we love the most. And, I've seen you through lots of transitions, Greg, and some of them have been difficult, and it's fantastic just to see you so beautifully met in a partner, and see you guys having your own mountain behind you.
Yeah, there we go. Yes.
Yeah.
And sharing this with so many people.
With the stairway to heaven or something there. I don't know.
Good job, you guys. I look forward to connecting with you. And
absolutely.
Let me know if there's a song or a piece of music you want to grab a little piece of, maybe a Believe in Yourself.
Sure, yes.
You want to use as a little theme, you're welcome to it. You let me know.
Okay. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Julie.
Thank
Have
you.
a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye, everybody. Thank you for listening.
Bye-bye. Ta-da.
Ta-da. Well, we are coming to the close of our Healthy, Wealthy Nomads Super Show. What a day we've had. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's been absolutely fabulous. There's so many great things. Some of those things we're going to excerpt and put out as highlights. Some of the exercises that people gave, and the replays will be available in many places. And I think we should go back, and we started off with talking about some of our sponsors, and maybe we can go do that. So let's see here, where we go. So one of the ones was, I'm going to scroll down here. Like the Wizard of Oz back here. And so we one of our connections is with the 5 Diamond Club for travelers. Like if travel is therapy for you, this is the thing for you. And Michael Del Toro was he and his partners created a travel rewards program for airline employees. So that gave them discounts and free things all over the world. And so they've made that club public. And here's a little blurb that we created this. We created this with Michael recently, and I'll just play it.
Hi, I'm Mike Del Toro, president of the Five Diamond Club. Would you like to receive free flight privileges like airline employees without having to work for an airline? How about even adding free luxury vacation stays by just paying taxes and government resort fees? Well, now you can. Click on the link below to learn more.
Yeah, that's amazing. On the Healthy Wealthy Nomads website, if you scroll down to the bottom, there's a link to join the club.
One of the things I want to share about this, what Mike shared with us and what he's created is, for many of us, traveling is a very healthy thing to do. But indeed, there's another side aspect to this that is wealthy, and that's what we're called the Healthy Wealthy Nomads. And we always like to share things that can get you to where you want to go with your health and wealth. So check out Mike Del Toro. There is a wealth component to it, and he's really made it enticing and worthwhile. And he's been doing it a long time too, just so you know.
It's been doing it for a while. And we shot that interview with him. He was in Cancun, Mexico, staying at a really nice resort that I think he got it for paying the taxes and a small fee. It was nothing. It was the resort would have been way more expensive than what he was paying. That's a benefit of the Five Diamond Club.
He paid a nominal fee to be there.
Yeah, and I think they've got something like 700,000 hotels combinations around the world within their club. It's absolutely phenomenal,
including RV places, hotels, resorts, you name it. They figured it out. So we're just thrilled to meet him. And so I see this as a healthy, wealthy, for sure, nomad program to look at. So what else can we want to share with everybody?
For one,
today?
we started off with drinking coffee.
And I'm drinking warm water, just so you know.
And this is me too. So we've been working with cafe filters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And they have, we have a French press, Bodum, and Bonnie really didn't like it much because it was hard to clean. So anyway, we ended up meeting up with Joseph Grimaldi, and he has it's a filter made in Denmark, but he's the distributor for
eco-friendly.
And what it is like a little filter that goes in for tea or coffee, and it makes it easy to clean up and keeps the grounds out of your beverage.
Coffee.
So here I got a little video to play.
The part that this doesn't show on this little video is the best part is, you've poured your coffee and everything, but when you take the plunger back out, you go like this, and the whole puck of coffee plops out into the organics bin. And because it's eco-friendly, you can toss it right in your organics bin. I did not like sticking my hand into that glass urn, i.e. the little coffee French press. But now I don't have to. I can just whoop, and it's so easy.
Yeah.
And again, for loose leaf tea, it's the same action on that. So anyway, we love that product, and we just love sharing about it.
Yeah, and if you haven't yet, go and sign up at healthywealthynomads.com. Join the list, and you're going to get replays from the show from today, and you'll also qualify for a draw. And we're not sure how many we're going to give away, but a little kit, which is the French press, some coffee from a roaster, in Ontario, and the filters.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Yeah,
You don't want to miss out on that.
We may actually reach out and ask if you like coffee and want it, because we don't want to send it to somebody who doesn't want it. But
they might like tea.
Oh, maybe they want. Maybe
might
that.
like tea.
Well, I guess the other question is, who wouldn't want it? Really?
Who wouldn't? Yeah.
Who wouldn't want it?
Yeah, exactly.
And the other thing I want to, we got a little video to run. You've seen it a couple of times today. If you were through here for the 6 hours, is we've been involved with a company called LifeWave, and they have a series of phototherapy patches that are just phenomenal. We have some of our relatives and friends who've had really good results from it. And
let me just grab 2 packs here just to show you what I've been wearing today. So we have Eon, which is Greg's favorite, and we have X39, which is my favorite. Let's see, here we go. And both these are just 2 of the many, many packs, but we have found them to be profoundly effective and helpful. And we just love sharing this with people, this particular company, and we do represent them, and we do love them, and we love to share, because if you don't know about it, you'll say, why didn't somebody tell me that, I could be pill free for my pain? So it's really, we are using the X39 because we are aging younger, and we love to say we're in our 60s going 16.
60 going on 16. So if you're 70, you're going on 17, 80, you're going 18.
Yeah.
So we're not growing up anytime soon.
No.
And
indeed.
So we're gonna, sometimes people don't quite understand how this little patch could work and what phototherapy might be.
There's it on my hand. That's the Eon.
Oh yeah, and I got some behind my ear for brain balancing. Anyway, so here we're just going to run a little
couple minutes
explanation. Yeah.
Light, an ancient form of energy that goes back to the dawn of time. For us, it all begins with the sun, the source of light and life for our entire solar system. Even Einstein concluded that everything we're made of contains light. All life originates with the sun through photosynthesis. Plants and vegetation collect the light, and all living creatures emit light. Humans actually emit infrared light, which can be seen with night vision devices. We've known for centuries that light has many effects on the body. LifeWave's phototherapy patches use light to stimulate the body's natural healing systems, providing specific health benefits. Here's how the technology works. First, a patch is applied to specific points on the body. Where the patch covers the skin, infrared light emitted from the body is reflected back into the tissue. This stimulates the skin, which in turn stimulates specific regions of the brain. The brain then taps into the body's own natural flow of energy and the ability to heal itself. Let's take a look at why this is important on a cellular level. For example, a number of our patch products help counteract free radicals, oxygen molecules that damage cell proteins and contribute to visible signs of aging. When the body is stimulated through phototherapy to release its own antioxidants, these free radicals are neutralized naturally. LifeWave phototherapy patches promote an environment that enables the body to optimize its restorative powers and provide specific health benefits, all without the use of harmful drugs or chemicals, all helping you to stay healthy and young. To find out more, contact your distributor or visit lifewave.com. LifeWave. Live long. Live well.
Yeah, and the distributor would be Bonnie and myself. So you can reach out and contact us if you want to know more information about it. Mm-hmm. And we also have we have collected a series of videos that on a page here, and I'll just play that if I can get to that part of the screen. And there we go. So there's a variety of things here. This is
Can you show them the top of where they'd go to originally?
Okay,
there?
so it's at Healthy Wealthy Camper. This is our main website, and it's a video tour. And we have a series of blog posts and information. But this one here, the founder and the inventor of the Lifeway products is David Smith, and that's him talking a bit about it on YouTube. This is the video that you just watched, I think.
Yep.
And then there's another one on X39 particularly. Here's a chart here of the kinds of things each of the patches can help you with. And there's a there. There's a patch called Alavida, which is skincare and sort of hormone balance, which is pretty amazing. And they also have a line, as we were talking with Tina Colter
earlier
equine
today,
therapist, as she uses the Lifeway patches for her horses. And there's a video here about somebody down in the States. And this is also a business opportunity. There's more information, compensation plan, all kinds of things. Oh, keep on going, keep on going,
keep on going,
keep on going. And then there's some training here. There are enrollment kits, and there's an app, a beautiful app that you can load on your phone, and you can share videos, watch videos, training, everything you need to know, and that's how to enroll. So if you're interested in this at all, please reach out to us. And lifewave.com/Greg Dixon. We'll get you there, but we'd love to share with you just one-on-one and let you know more about it, because there's more to it than just looking at a website. Yeah.
The community that we're involved with, as you well know, is the health and wealth. And we've found our tribe, and we'd love to have you join us in our tribe.
Yeah, we have some people on our broader team that are very knowledgeable of the patches, and some come from an acupuncture background, and we have some naturopaths, and we can hook you up with somebody to find out where you need some help, where you have some health challenges, and they can make some recommendations.
But the bottom line for all of you, we appreciate you being on the Healthy Wealthy Nomad Super Show today, and just being aware of your own self.
Yeah, being aware of your own self. And we also have a couple of other things that we do. We do weekly interviews with a thing called Storyvan TV, but we also have a partner, Jerry Smith, in Vancouver, Washington. And we've been working with him for 3 years?
And I've known Jerry for over 25 years, 30 years
25 years. And the project was generally called the Natural Health Movement. And we've done remote interviews, and we've also traveled up and down the I-5 corridor interviewing various pioneers, including Patricia Bragg from Bragg's Liquid Aminos and
cider vinegar.
Paul and Patricia Bragg were legendary in their time in California and the world. And we've been interviewing Dr. Jonathan Wright, digestive specialist Brenda Watson in Florida.
Yes.
And so we've done about 30 of these interviews, and we now have a show, like a weekly show every Tuesday at 5 p.m.
Pacific
time. Yeah. And not 5 a.m., 5 p.m. And that's an inside joke. I have date dyslexia of some sort. But so we're going to run a little intro here as well. But we're going to screen some of the best videos that we've collected, the interviews we've collected, and we're inviting guests to come on to the show. If we can get, say, Michael Tierra to come be on the show and talk about herbalism and herbs and all that kind of thing. I'm going to just run the little video here.
It's really short. It's cute.
Yeah, so that's available. You can find out more at naturalhealthmovement.org, and you can sign up for a list to get replays and see replays, that kind of thing. Anyway, thank you very much for coming and joining us today. And it's been a lot of fun, and our speakers have been absolutely
fabulous speakers,
amazing. And
thank you all for coming today. And if you like this, please let us know. And if you know someone that would be a fabulous fit for this show, then let us know as well. We really appreciate you taking the time to learn more about your health and your wealth.
And we are also looking for sponsors for this show, or other shows and things in the future. So if you're so inclined to become a sponsor or know somebody who might, we'll be happy to talk to you.
Take care. Stay healthy.
Yeah.